This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol Live. It's a freaking Friday, and we are here for a freaking summit between Russian President Vladimir Putin and U.S. President Donald Trump. And guess what? This is the very definition of just in time. Vladimir Putin just landing in Anchorage, Alaska. The U.S. president, has been there for at least 20 minutes. I didn't see him land, but I know he's been there. They are waiting for them to deplane. Here you go. This is live.
Menacingly close. So Putin
Air Force One on the left, the Russian President Vladimir Putin's airliner on the right.
Fighter jets. It's either over the top.
C-SPAN taking calls.
I don't know which. So thank you for taking my call.
Charles, thanks for pointing out that observation.
Yeah, that is a great observation. I second the caller's remarks. I too.
So here we go. They're expecting them to deplane and then have a photo op as they meet.
There's a lot of symbolism we can draw from this, right? I think it was one of the tweets you showed earlier from a representative talking about Alaska being the right place because of military history.
I mean, like, do you want a cookie? Do you?
Obviously, energy politics.
You're bolding.
Into
Oh, gee, I didn't know.
The West has approached it, and the U.S. has approached Russia vis-a-vis sanctions. So I think the caller makes a very good point about having a very
get better material, jackass.
In the red carpet walkway. Maybe getting back to one of the earlier callers' questions or comments about could this be a pretext for emphasizing the...
I did. You can go back and watch the video of it.
It's out for Putin. We don't know.
Jelly, welcome in. Warlord.
It's F-22 Raptors.
Mr. Elwood, good to see you, my friend. Me Cakes, welcome.
Pictures from earlier showed to at least two F-22 Raptors flying over...
I am not high enough
sort of
for this shit.
Ahead of this meeting. So certainly a military presence here.
Light one up, tip one back.
Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson ahead of these peace talks when it comes to the war in Ukraine. Live photos and live video showing you the Russian president's plane there, and we...
No, you can go fuck yourself. I don't give a shit.
Ceremony. It was supposed to take place 3 p.m. Eastern time, so it could be any minute now. We'll keep taking your phone calls. Jake is in Jackson, Mississippi, Republican. Go ahead.
Hey, good afternoon. I wanted to piggyback off of what the previous gentleman just said. I'd like to vote that it was a part of masterclass putting those F-22 Raptors there. What other chance are we going to give to show Putin the other end, firsthand, American firepower, that if he continues this war, his men will see on the back?
I don't know who you are, Jay Breezy.
My fellow American from Illinois, he made a great point about partisanship. How many senators have hundreds of years between them experience dealing with Russia, and they could come together to put together a proposal that Trump could take with him to Alaska? Instead, they're sinking back into their aisles of partisanship.
What?
I'd really like to see what Russia would want from...
Caller from Alaska, or a caller from Mississippi. You're an idiot.
That they're willing to pay. That's my question.
Any thoughts?
We know what Putin wants.
Good question in terms of, what does Russia want? I mean, you can look at the big, 30,000-foot picture going back to the late 1990s when President Putin stated that the collapse of the Soviet Union, which took place in December of 1991, was the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century.
We got the door open on the Russian plane. As I said, Air Force One's been sitting there like that for at least 20 minutes.
To, in some way, shape, or form, reconstitute the Soviet Union. As I mentioned earlier, he did illegally invade Georgia in 2008. Georgia is a former Soviet republic. He occupies about 20% of that country. The illegal...
If you guys do not remember what it was like in 2018 when they met in Helsinki,
going into various forms...
It was weird.
In terms of what But will he accept? I mean, we've heard that he.
It was a very weird
allow
vibe.
me to maintain the 18 to 20% I have in southeastern Ukraine, which is parts of 4 provinces there. Again, President Zelensky has unequivocally stated that he will not cede any of Ukraine's territories. So I don't know. It'll be interesting if this does become
This is
part of the discussion today.
a photo op for Putin, I think.
Yes, this whole discussion, obviously, President Zelensky.
Libertad. I'd give anything to piss
His country.
in Russian President Vladimir Putin's door pussy.
There's a map in today's Wall Street Journal that talks about the 4 regions that you're talking about, Luhansk, Donetsk, that we've heard about.
I do have that map they're referring to.
Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
Kherson, and then, of course, Crimea.
Apparently, Russia's proposal is like, we're going to keep everything that we've stolen,
Luhansk, that's almost 100% occupied.
and we're going to ask you for even more. And if you don't give it up, we're going to keep fighting.
We're about 76% occupied by Russia.
Helsinki is where Trump met with Putin, did not take reporters in, did not take anyone from the U.S. government in with him. It was just him and Putin. And we will never know what was said during that meeting. And that it stunned the reporters that were
We're
there.
awaiting, the doors are open on the Russian president's plane, and we are awaiting the arrival ceremony. We'll keep taking your phone calls. This is Edward out of
I think that was like a G8 or G20 summit, Michael.
Edward, good afternoon.
Helsinki was just Putin and Trump.
How are you? First of all, history. We should take a look at history. I think we should take a look at history as, and I agree with almost all of the callers that have come in. They have spoken about things that our senators and congressmen and women should be thinking about right now. But looking at our history, after World War II,
Well, brother, actually,
a lot of the countries were broken up.
the president's job literally is to conduct foreign policy.
Our world today came about.
Congress has ceded a lot of power to the presidency, but conducting foreign policy is actually one of the constitutionally mandated
A lot of those companies were on the
responsibilities of the president.
Iran was on the move to become a democratic country, and the United States and Great Britain stepped in. If we can look at the history now, as far as what's going on in Alaska today, I did some research on President Trump before he became president, and he's not a great politician. He's a great, supposedly, businessman.
No.
As we know, a business is not a democracy. And as far as Putin is concerned, Putin was the leader of the KGB in Russia. Okay, so we have a businessman looking in the eyes of a security or spy. And we all know that a spy can just trump a Trump. Pardon the joke there, I guess. But what I would expect, or what I would like to see today in Alaska, is President Putin to, stop the bombing. And I would like to see
That ain't gonna happen.
Trump to take a look at not just Russia,
There is Trump on the left.
but Israel and the Palestinian. With Israel
With the fist pump.
and Iran. Because
Edward, we'll take your points as President Trump comes walking off Air Force One here. He's the first one off,
He looks lonely.
and we're expecting an arrival ceremony, and we'll, of course, show that to you live as it's happening. In a few moments, it'll be President Putin stepping off his plane. Some background on President
There is
Putin as he
Putin.
steps off his plane. President of Russia since 2012, also served from 2000 to 2008 in that role. He was prime minister in between 2008 to 2012, former director of Russia's Federal Security Services, and service in the Soviet
You never hear about the prime minister of Russia now that Putin's back in power.
years. That's his background. The two men walking down their respective red carpets, and we're expecting them to meet at that point between those F-22 Raptors. What did you want to add as we watch these pictures together?
So many. It's just it's a bit of an overwhelming image to be watching, right? The two presidents coming and to be coming on U.S. soil for a summit like this. I'm not sure I can add.
This is the first time Putin has met with the president in the U.S.
The caller that called in made some
since Bush in 2006 or 2007.
Meeting a former KGB intel officer, and that's an interesting point to make, and it's very apt, right? So you've got different perspectives maybe getting back at we're not quite sure what we're going to see taking place in this 3-on-3 discussion.
And the 3-on-3, at least from the American side, we know that it's President Trump who's going to be joined by Secretary
Witkoff and
Rubio,
yeah.
Steve Witkoff.
There you go.
Special envoy. Who would be your expectation for the other two that would be joining Vladimir Putin? I would assume
Sergei Lavrov, his foreign minister, so it would be
and the economic minister,
Secretary of State Marco Rubio. I think it'll be interesting to see who the other person is.
I think I heard the economic minister is going to be with Putin.
Minister, defense minister.
As we watch these pictures, who's
Putin looking very happy?
Happen as we see the handshake now between President Trump and Vladimir Putin and the military coming to salute there. How did these conferences come together?
It's a great question. Generally, if there are months in the planning, and you'd have a lot of people involved.
Yeah, this one came together fast.
It's in a third party state, for example, the Helsinki meeting of 2018. You would have had the U.S. ambassador actively involved. In this case, I think it was interesting you mentioned that also on board, I believe you said on board the plane, was the governor of Alaska and the two Alaska senators. So I presume Alaska was very much involved in how this would take place. But you would have, high level, certainly.
We're going to have a photo op here.
Would be involved in the planning.
The pictures coming in live from Anchorage, Alaska. It's 54 degrees Fahrenheit on the ground. It looks to be a little overcast there.
I bet it feels wonderful then.
And here, stepping up on the stage, President Trump and Vladimir Putin for their photo opportunity. This is the greeting that's happened. We'll try to listen in for a moment to hear what it sounds like there out on the tarmac.
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your word?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Now remember, one of the things to know about Putin, he speaks perfect English. You're never going to hear him speak perfect English. He will speak Russian the entire time, but he speaks perfect English.
Shouting questions mostly to Vladimir Putin.
Putin does give no fucks.
Through clearly, President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? The two.
No, he's like, I have no translator. I don't know. He knows what the reporter said.
In about a half an hour, they call it a pool photo opportunity. That could be a point where President Trump talks to the press. He likes to do that. He may even take a few questions. You see, they did not.
I think Warlord posted it in the Discord.
Brief photo op.
Hillary Clinton has come out and said, I did not read the article, that she will nominate Trump for a Nobel Prize if he handles Putin a certain way in Alaska, which I assume is the exact opposite of what's going to happen.
The first time in 6 years that President Trump and Vladimir Putin meeting, and they are meeting on U.S. soil at a joint U.S. military base. This is Joseph in Fort Wayne.
So think about the bottom of the hour. We're getting the presser. We might get some questions.
I appreciate y'all having me on, and it's been a pleasure listening to all the other callers. I guess I just have two statements in regards to this meeting. Is one, I would really hope that there would be a reinforcement for a peace in Ukraine. I would really like there to be a reassertment of the sort of democratic order that sort of existed since the end of World War II. I know there's a lot of challenges with that, and it's not just Ukraine. In my personal view, though, I do see the invasion of Ukraine as a direct challenge to the global democratic order, which has kind of kept the peace since the end of the last World War. And, second of all, and it's kind of hard for me to say this because I feel like that I'm taking the attention away from Ukraine, is I'm hoping
Putin looks so happy.
Be some segue into some serious conversations about reinforcing and expanding arms control. I know a lot of those treaties have expired, and I know that also technology has changed since those treaties were created. I hope that we can, that us and the Russians can start discussing that again and start taking it seriously.
Jennifer Winstrand.
No, great comments by the caller. His first point about, reasserting the democratic order that we've had since the post-World War II.
Now, I had read, and this is just a rumor that was going around, I think it's Politico reported it.
Part of the big push in that.
Trump is actually going to cross over into Russia after this meeting.
And other agencies.
That he is traveling to Russia with Putin
liberal
afterwards.
All, institutions that can be checks on one another, so we don't have countries unequivocally, just invading one another. And so I think he's right to emphasize that should be on discussion. Also right, I think the arms control, that's been brought up, that could be one of the points that either President Trump or President Putin raised. Obviously, periodically over the past 3 years, President Putin has used the fact that he does have nuclear capabilities and other capabilities, kind of wave that in the face of people.
Nuclear.
That is a threat, whereas
it's pronounced nuclear.
Nuclear arm, that wouldn't be a comparable threat. So I think, again, the caller makes two very good points of things that hopefully will get discussed.
President Trump and President Putin are on their way to their bilateral meeting. It's not just a one-on-one meeting, though. We learned after the plane.
I'm usually into bilateral meetings.
The press pulled there that it's going to be a 3-on-3 meeting, the initial meeting, and then could expand to more after that. So we're watching, been showing you live pictures this afternoon, and we're going to be doing it throughout the course of these talks. But President Trump spoke to reporters aboard Air Force One earlier today and set some of his own expectations for today's meeting. We want to show you that discussion he had with the press. It's just about 5 or 6 minutes long. This was from earlier today.
I brought a friend of yours, Brett Baer. He's here, Brett.
He's got Brett Baer.
How are you?
What will make a success of this summit today?
I can't tell you that. I don't know. It's there's nothing set in stone. I want certain things. I want to see a ceasefire. This is not to do with Europe. Europe's not telling me what to do, but they're going to be involved in the process, obviously, as will Zelensky. But I want to see a ceasefire rapidly. I don't know if it's going to be today, but I'm not going to be happy if it's not today. Everyone said it can't be today, but I'm just saying I want the killing to stop. I'm in this to stop the killing. We're not putting up any money. We're making money. They're buying our weapons, and we're sending them to NATO, and NATO's sending us big, beautiful checks.
Big, beautiful checks.
I don't care about that. I care about, it was a big factor when Biden spent $350 billion and got nothing. But what I do care about is they lost last week, 7,011 people were lost, almost all soldiers. 36 people in a town which got hit by a missile. But over 7,000 soldiers. It's crazy.
Could you describe a little bit, Mr. President, because I know you've had a lot of phone calls with President Putin. What's the difference in a face-to-face, in-person meeting?
Look, he's a smart guy, been doing it for a long time, but so have I. Been doing it for a long time. And here we are with President. That was much more difficult than what I'm doing today, believe me. So we get along. There's a good respect level on both sides, and I think, something's going to come of it. I notice he's bringing a lot of business people from Russia, and that's good. I like that because they want to do business, but they're not doing business until we get the war settled.
Are you going to talk about business?
We have the hottest country on earth. We have the hottest economy on earth. We have the hottest country. We just set a new stock market record again. We have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing in from tariffs. We're the hottest. We were a dead country, like doornails, a dead country. 1 year ago, we were dead as a doornail, and now we have the hottest country. And he wants a piece of that because his country is not hot economically. In fact, it's the opposite. And China's not doing well economically, but we're all, look, I want everybody to do well. The war's got to stop and the killing's got to stop.
Mr. President, what do you stop? Thank you for coming back to take questions. We saw that Russia continued its violence into Ukraine last night, launching even more drones. What did you make of that?
I think they're trying to negotiate. He's trying to set a stage. I mean, in his mind, that helps him make a better deal. It actually hurts him. But in his mind, that helps him make a better deal if they can continue the killing. Maybe it's a part of the world. Maybe it's just his fabric, his genes, his genetics. But he thinks that makes him, gives him strength in negotiating. I think it hurts him, but I'll be talking to him about it later.
It's on the table for discussions today, Mr. President. Are the territorial swaps on the table? Will you be discussing that?
They'll be discussed, but I've got to let Ukraine make that decision. And I think they'll make a proper decision. But I'm not here to negotiate for Ukraine. I'm here to get them at a table. And I think you have two sides. Look, Vladimir Putin wanted to take all of Ukraine. If I wasn't president, he would right now be taking all of Ukraine. But he's not going to do it.
Mr. President, what did you mean?
Just one thing. What about the possibility of the United States providing security guarantees to Ukraine?
Maybe. Along with Europe and other countries. Not in the form of NATO, because that's not going to, there are certain things that aren't going to happen. But, yeah, along with Europe, there's possibility of that.
Mr. President, the number of business people that President Putin is bringing along, is that something that you want to discuss with President Putin at this meeting?
If we make progress, I would discuss it, because that's one of the things that they would like. They'd like to get a piece of what I built in terms of the economy. Just so you know, we were a dead country with our economy. He wouldn't be interested. He wouldn't have been interested a year ago with the Biden economy. But he is interested in the Trump economy because wait till you see when those factories start opening up. We have hundreds of factories all over the country, and that includes auto factories, AI factories, and every other. They're all coming in because they want to beat the tariffs. Because if they open here, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't open here, they have to pay, in some cases, 200%, 300%.
There's been so much stuff I wanted to make comments about.
Setting tariffs next week and the week after on steel and on, I would say, chips. Chips and semiconductors will be setting sometime next week, week after.
Byronic, welcome in. Now the Byronic's here. We should get high.
That is going to be lower at the beginning. Then that gives them a chance to come in and build. And very high after a certain period of time. And if they don't build here, they have to pay a very high tariff, which doesn't work, so they'll come and build.
Mr. President, hi. You had said earlier...
I didn't see over there.
I went up, tip one back.
He's helping me out.
He's a very nice... He's one of the few...
I refilled my coffee. That's what I was doing.
This week that Putin would face severe consequences if you get the sense from him.
Making fresh coffee over here.
What do you mean by that?
Economically severe. Yes, it will be very severe. I'm not doing this for my health, okay? I don't need it. I'd like to focus on our country, but I'm doing this to save a lot of lives. Yeah, very severe. Thank you very much, everybody.
That was President Trump
wow.
Today aboard Air Force One on his way to Anchorage for today's summit. He flew 3,376 miles from Washington, D.C. to just north of Anchorage, Alaska, to the joint base there for today's summit. President Putin flew 4,343 miles from Moscow to make it to today's summit. He also spoke about the summit briefly before leaving the Kremlin. This is President Putin from yesterday.
To tell you about the stage we are at with the current American administration, which, as everyone knows, is making, in my opinion, quite energetic and sincere efforts to stop the hostilities, stop the crisis, and reach agreements that are of interest to all parties involved in this conflict in order to create long-term conditions for peace between our countries and in Europe and in the world as a whole. If by the next stages we reach agreements in the area of control over strategic offensive weapons.
President Vladimir Putin, again, his comments before leaving for today's meeting. We are taking your comments, allowing you to join this conversation as we all watch together You can join the conversation throughout on phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, and Independents. Republicans, it's 202-748-8920.
Go back to C-SPAN calls. I love them.
748-8921. Independents, 202-748-8922. And we will look for your text messages as well. That number, if you want to text us, 202-748-8903. We'll hear from Chase, Allentown, Pennsylvania, Republican. Chase, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. How you guys doing?
Doing well. What are your thoughts so far on this summit?
Republican line.
Well, first off, this is really the first time that I've ever, paid so much attention to politics. And,
we got youngin'.
This call will be recorded.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, Chase, I guess you're recording the call, but go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't really know what to say, really, but, yeah, the war's just been going on for a few years now, and I'm sort of not really understanding, the role that, the U.S. exactly plays in, whether or not, two entirely different countries, when they go into war, how they're responsible for...
We have a security agreement with Ukraine, you dumb fuck.
I just have so many questions because,
we said we would protect them for them signing on to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty in 1993.
Well, Jennifer Wistrand, maybe you can take us back here and maybe even before 2022 for U.S. involvement and Russia-Ukrainian relations and how they've evolved perhaps since the breakup of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, no, great question by the caller. Basically saying, and I think a lot of people,
how did we get here?
How did we get here? Why are we even having the summit? What's that? So it's a great question, and it does necessitate a bit of a look back in history.
Already explained it. Why don't you?
On the one hand, you have the Russia and Ukraine relationship. Russia, you can go back centuries, right? And look at the relationship between what this is before, and a lot of people have made the points about, the post-World War II order and nation states.
You can just talk about the Soviet Union
because we have
and the collapse. That would suffice.
Prior times, but most immediately, if we go back, December of 1991, that's when the Soviet Union collapsed. And that produced 15 new countries, Russia and Ukraine being two of those 15. And the Soviet Union had come into being back in 1917 following the Russian Revolution. And what we now know as Russia and Ukraine were two of the initial parts of the Soviet Union. So Russia and Ukraine were in it.
Two of the largest parts.
Yeah, two of the largest parts and in there from the beginning until the end. And we could get into discussions about language and culture and history and all that, and relationships between the two peoples. But in terms of more concretely, and I think what the caller is getting at, why are we, the United States, involved? A lot of Western countries. Yes.
And let me go live to the discussion here, and we're going to come back to that. But this
here we go.
Live pictures from Anchorage.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Come on, guys.
Mr. President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? After a ceasefire. We've got to go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
The backdrop says pursuing peace. Alaska 2025.
Watching along with you, our viewers. So a very brief pool spray, as they call it, a brief photo op there. So the networks can get videos of the two meeting together. They're going in to that 3-on-3 meeting. Who did you see sitting there with President Trump? And
I would expect the press conference to take place an hour and a half.
I saw Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Sometime after the meeting.
Steve Witkoff. That's who my eyes focused on. I didn't see from the Russian side who was there.
Right, and they are now expected to go into talks, and we don't know how long they're going to go. But we are going to follow the developments, and we are going to take viewer calls, and we're going to see what's happening today.
We're going to get high, and we're going to listen to C-SPAN calls.
News reporting from reporters on the ground, some quotes coming in for the expanded bilateral meeting and lunch. Rubio, Witkoff, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be there. The Commerce Secretary, Secretary Lutnick will be there. Pete Hegseth, the Defense Secretary, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, expected to also join. That's the expanded meeting, the lunch meeting after this sort of initial 3-on-3. That's some of the latest reporting. We knew it was going to be sort of a smaller meeting at the beginning and then expanding out, and then perhaps a news conference later this evening that we can all watch together. But again, we're learning all of this and watching it all together and taking your phone calls. It is Alejandro waiting in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, independent. Alejandro, what do you think about
Alejandro?
Hey, good afternoon, John. You know, it's just, I think what we have to recognize here is that the Ukrainians, they are not going to win this war. I think I have a family member, he used to work at the State Department. But anyway, he was telling me that the war is essentially the only reason that the Ukrainians have not completely lost all their territory is because they fought like hell, right? The Russians, they should really, if you compare their two militaries, the Russians should have almost complete control over Ukraine. But the Ukrainians have fought very well. They really put all their might into it. And so we're here at this point where I don't know what the exact percentage is, but I think it's about 25% of Ukraine right now, something like that, is occupied by the Russians right now. And essentially what the Russians probably want, or at least President Trump wants, is that we just end the war where it's at right now. That the battle lines that are drawn right now, that's anything that's Russian stays as Russian territory, and anything that's Ukrainian stays Ukrainian territory. The problem is the Ukrainians don't want to give up the land that the Russians have claimed, right? They're very patriotic people. They don't want to just submit and surrender and give them territory. And the Russians, on the other hand, they want even more than...
Yes, Russia wants to reunite Ukraine.
Right, so I think this summit is kind of just trying to figure out what can we... what kind of lines can we draw here to bring an end to this war? Because it's just terrible. I mean, the lines have barely moved in, I don't know, 2 years or a year, something like that. But just so many people are dying, and it's just terrible. And I really do, I think President Trump is the worst president we've ever had. But I do commend him for this because he's certainly doing a lot more than President Biden, who I don't think was very great either. But
I commend him for getting played by Putin.
And a lot of other world leaders have been able to do, and I do think that is helped by his, as we all know, he had a very close relationship with President Putin. He kind of, with that summit they had in the first term, he's always spoke very highly of him. And I just hope that we can find some sort of agreement here, because this is just, so many people are dying, and it's terrible.
It's Alejandro in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Let you respond to him, and maybe it helps bring us back to the other caller's question about how we got here.
Yeah, absolutely. I was thinking the same thing, that we didn't get a chance to finish the previous caller's question, which was talking about how we got here. And I think this point about territory is key. Part of why the West felt an obligation to come to Ukraine's defense is, if we go back to the breakup of the Soviet Union in December 1991, Ukraine, we forget, had nuclear weapons as well, and it agreed to give them up, right, for security guarantees that were never strictly enforced. And so the West felt an obligation once Russia invaded Ukraine to come to its defense, because presumably Russia would have been less likely to invade Ukraine if it was a nuclear-armed superpower as well, which it wasn't post-1991. And so getting at the second caller's questions about territory, that has been brought up a lot in this discussion. You know, Russia saying that, and we brought up the maps earlier, and we talked about these 4 provinces in the southeast, you know, and the caller said 25%. I think the number that's been more recently used is about 18%, but regardless of the number, it's whether it's 1%, whether it's 95%, that's considered Ukraine's territory that Russia's occupying. So I think that territory will be a big issue. Again, relating back to the earlier caller's comments about our post-World War II order, where we said we were going to respect boundaries. The big thing with the breakup of the Soviet Union was respecting the boundaries. Those 15 new countries that were previous former republics, there was an obligation to respect boundaries. And so this all goes back to, with Russia invading Georgia, Russia invading Ukraine, not respecting what happened at the breakup of the Soviet Union, but also not respecting the post-World War II legal order.
You've taught about this area, this region at Miami of Ohio, teaching about it again at Georgetown, studied it at the Wilson Institute. What is your expectation? What is your gut feeling when it comes to specifically the land issue? Is Ukraine going to have to give up some of its territory to Russia to end this war. Is Russia...
And the territory is rich in oil and natural gas.
...that is conquered by force. What is...
And around a shipping lane.
...as you've watched this over the course of the months and years?
I think it's unlikely that Russia will pull out of Ukraine unless somehow forced to, given that it hasn't pulled out elsewhere that it's gone into. So I think it's unlikely unless somehow its economic situation were to get to a point where it felt it had to. And again, there's great report out of Bloomberg and others in the last couple of days talking about the combined Western sanctions and then the wartime economy that President Putin himself has instituted, that they are finally starting to have very significant impacts on Russia's economy. And so I suppose it's possible that Russia could be induced to withdraw from Ukraine, although I think that's unlikely. And I think what is much more likely is that Russia will negotiate very strongly to be able to keep this 18% of the southeastern Ukraine. And I think that's why you see the European counterparts not only feeling pressure to increase their spending in NATO, but also thinking back, and they have a much closer border with Russia, right? Estonia and the other countries, Poland, they have a history with Russia, right? They can go back over the centuries and see where their land was invaded or their land was controlled.
You talk about sanctions. One thing we haven't talked about over the...
I think the Trump administration, both Trump administrations have made the world less safe. It has proven to the rest of the world that
Russia Act of 2020
acquiring nuclear weapons is the best course of action. Iran needs nuclear weapons. Ukraine needs nuclear weapons.
How it's played into
North Korea.
Donald Trump has said he might do
in order to protect themselves from imperial powers.
Russia. Here are just some of the provisions, and this is all congress.gov. As C-SPAN viewers probably know the website. You can look up, you can find brief summaries of some very long bills out there. But this bill, Lindsey Graham's bill, it was introduced back in...
You can, Kikyo. We are live right now on C-SPAN.
This bill would...
They'll put the numbers back up here in a moment.
Would impose visa and property blocking sanctions on specific persons, such as the Russian President Vladimir Putin.
The meeting with Trump and Putin is going on currently. It just started maybe 2 minutes ago. Well, Lord, welcome in.
The rate of duty on all goods and services imported from Russia into the United States to 500% relative to the value of such goods. The president
watched the two presidents
imported into the United States from countries that
deplane about 30 minutes ago.
Of Russian origin.
They shook hands on a platform.
Petroleum products to 500%.
In front of some stealth bombers.
Property blocking sanctions on any financial institution organized under Russian law.
They're now at the base where the
by Russia
meeting is taking place.
Institution that engages.
I believe the meeting has started. We just had a live shot 2 or 3 minutes ago.
Would prohibit the export or re-export or in-country transfer to or in Russia of any U.S.-produced energy or energy product. This seen as a really strict sanctions bill that Lindsey Graham was
Putin
pushing
coming with his economic minister and his foreign minister.
Impact the negotiations. And what was the White House reaction when Lindsey Graham rolled this out?
Trump flanked by Marco Rubio and Steve Witkoff.
For everyone, because you're right, it is a very strict sanctions bill attempting, I think, again, when initial sanctions were put in place a couple years ago, people in the West assumed it would have a much more significant impact more quickly, and it, again, I think those who...
So don't know if this is a live shot or this was earlier.
...fast or as obvious as people anticipated, but I think that this is maybe an attempt to be more thorough in the way the sanctions are and getting at more of these secondary sanctions, right? So it's not just targeting Russia, although those provisions very much focus about that, but what President Trump has talked about, and I think he mentioned even on that...
Trump looks uncomfortable. Putin has had a huge smile on his face the entire goddamn time. Like he can't even contain his excitement.
You know, oil, natural gas. Other countries that have supplied a lot of the former Soviet republics in the South Caucasus, Central Asia have been, you know, sanctioned havens for Russians. So trying to get more broadly and cut off Russia on all angles, presumably getting back to the impetus for this so that Trump can negotiate a peace deal between the two if he's got Russia in a place where he feels it has to be because of economics.
It's Lindsey Graham's bill. This is Dan Sullivan from today, the
old lady Graham,
Alaska. He joined President Trump on Air Force One on this trip to his state. Dan Sullivan tweeting this out, saying Putin is coming to the table because of the threat of serious secondary sanctions. We're in a position of power bringing him to the United States soil for peace talks. He sees our military strength, and certainly saw it in those F-22 Raptors there on the tarmac, our energy dominance, many allies, and a president who knows how to negotiate and make peace. Under Republican Dan Sullivan with his X posting today just before 2 p.m. Eastern, just as the president was getting ready to land in Anchorage there for the talks. This is Ryan waiting in Florida, independent. Ryan, what are your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
Hi, good afternoon there. Thanks for taking my call. My question was just if you all think this is a good strategy for the U.S. when it comes to ending the war with Ukraine. My personal fear is that this is going to be bolstering Putin, as he's been isolated, not really able to visit any countries due to fear of, well, arrest due to the ICC warrant. And I don't think this talk is going to be constructive as Zelensky's not there, so I don't think it's going to be possible for them to have a comprehensive deal where they actually come to a solution. So I feel what's going to happen is Putin's going to go back home with no deal made, and what he's going to get out of it is just bolster his image internally, and possibly due to the U.S. starting to host him in our country, that other countries across the world will host him as well, and it'll just be sort of a normalization. And I'd just like to know what your opinion is on that. Thank you.
Thanks for that. As we can show you, and we'll certainly let you respond to Ryan, but we can show you the stage where the two presidents are expected to speak later today whenever these negotiations, this 3-on-3 ends. You can see the Russian flag there, the U.S. flags pursuing.
Yeah, we'll stick with you through whatever this little press conference is going to be.
Where the two gentlemen will stand, and obviously plenty of seats for the press. But go ahead to the caller's points.
No, very good points, and I think just the premise of, is this a good strategy? I appreciate the fact that he raised, you know, we've been so much focusing on the economics, the defense, the nuclear, but just circling back to, is this a win for Putin simply by being invited by a U.S. president to U.S. soil to have a one-on-one meeting? And I do think there is an element to that. It could be that one of Putin's big aims in this is simply to get that invitation to be re-invited onto the international stage. And as the caller used the word normalization, I think there's a potentiality of that, right? Does this normalize the fact now that Putin can re-engage in the West and have one-on-one meetings? Will we see Germany, the UK, France suddenly having similar meetings? And does it just get us back to 2022, where, emphasizing again some of the earlier callers' comments, then do we forget about the territory and forget about all of this? Does that become secondary to these other elements? So I think it's a good question. Is it a good strategy? We'll see based on what comes out of today's series of meetings. But certainly, I think Putin, in some respect, has already won by getting this invitation and being here.
Certainly no expectation of a peace deal coming out of today's meeting. It could be a ceasefire. It could be working towards a ceasefire. We don't know what's going to come out of this.
I highly doubt a ceasefire is going to happen.
And the bigger peace deal that President Trump has promised in the 2024 campaign that he would bring together. Since that's not likely to come out of today, there was one of the morning reports, I think it was the Washington Post this morning, asked the question, could this meeting have been an email? Does this meeting need to happen? Is President...
No, that did not satisfy Putin's aims.
President Trump, you spoke a little bit to that, but what are your thoughts on that? Could this meeting have been an email?
Yeah, that's great, or a text or a tweet or something, right? Yeah, I suppose, but I think that's where, you know, when we get in all the minutiae of this, are they going to discuss this? Are they going to discuss that? Are they going to discuss that? We forget the optics are really important. Getting back to the caller pointing out, you know, walking down the red carpet with the fighter jets there, and I think, sure, you could have had a discussion or a phone call, right? A multi-party phone call, meeting out different aspects of it. You're right to underscore. And
Zoom meeting.
Pointed out, it's pursuing peace is the title, right above the ultimate discussion that they're going to have. It's not achieving peace, right? Achieving peace is going to take quite a while. This is hopefully a step towards a peace process, and we have to remember any type of peace agreement, successful ones, go through multiple stages, right? Ideally, we would get a ceasefire agreement out of this, and then you'd have, you know, an interim agreement or pre-negotiation. You know, you'd have multiple stages before you get to anything type of comprehensive framework peace agreement. So I do think all of this, we need to look at all this, the optics, the shots, the words that are used, because it's all part of it, right? It's not just the substance of it or what's the talking points that are discussed.
Let me go to Christine, Goshen, New York, Democrat. Thanks for waiting. Your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
So I just feel like this summit has nothing to do with actually bringing peace to Ukraine. It has everything to do with the blackmail that Putin has on Trump. It's about, Putin getting whatever he wants from Trump to the point where we're willing to give away our mineral rights in Alaska, in one of our states, for a war that we're not involved in. We're giving it to the invading force. Here's the thing.
Wait, what? Is that on the table?
We're stored on a SharePoint server, so the 1,000 FBI agents could comb through them and, find all the times that Donald Trump's name was definitely not mentioned. The same time that those files were stored there, SharePoint had a hack that allowed...
Wait, what? This is real?
...to those servers. Russia also accessed our national court filing systems. They have the files, and they're using it to pressure him. My question, I guess, is does this fall in line with the pattern of behavior of Russia, blackmailing other powerful figures? And I don't what are we doing?
Christine, got your point, got your question. Jennifer Wistrian, give you a chance to respond.
I'm not, the caller's question, is this an opportunity for President Putin to blackmail President Trump? Again, until we know what's discussed in the meetings, we don't know, right?
People were asking that question after the 2018, the Helsinki meeting, and can you just go back and remind people once again about what happened at that meeting, why it concerned so many folks coming out of it, and why was President Trump meeting with President Putin in Helsinki to begin with?
Right. No, very good to
and this is
circle back
2018.
to this. 2018, one-on-one summit in a third country, right? In this case, in Helsinki, Finland, between President Trump and President Putin. And getting back to your underscoring that this move today...
No, the Telegraph is reporting.
One of the criticisms of the meeting that took place back in Helsinki was that it was a one-on-one meeting, and that this
a number of money-making opportunities for Putin include opening up Alaska's natural resources to Moscow and lifting American sanctions on Russia's aviation industry.
Sabotage, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's senators.
Proposals include giving Putin access to the rare earth minerals in the Ukrainian territories. Okay. Not in Alaska.
Intelligence reporting on that and seemed to side with Russia, where they said, this is all just hyperbole on your part. And
so some of the shit we negotiated for staying in Ukraine, the caller was conflating two things.
Intelligence perspective. So coming out of that,
hello, welcome in.
Part of what the caller was getting at is this just another opportunity for Russia somehow to put the U.S. president on a stage and somehow get him to commit to saying
it would be wild after all this time to find out that the P-tape was real.
Russia, a stronger position with respect to bargaining, should there be bargaining that takes place between it and Ukraine. So I think caller raises a good point,
But a lot of people don't understand what the P-tape actually is. He hired hookers to piss on a bed that Obama slept in. Not that he was getting peed on.
This one has come about much more quickly than a lot.
I tend to think it's real because it sounds like something Trump would do.
And
Krell, welcome in.
Come back live to this summit when new developments happen. But let me take viewers back to 2018. At the end of the Helsinki summit, a press conference, a bilateral press conference, as I call them, between President Trump and President Putin. It was about 45 minutes long. Let's show it to our viewers.
That's what I'm expecting. About an hour and a half is what I would expect the conference to last, or the summit.
This you can watch in its entirety on C-SPAN.
I don't think there was scat involved, Libertad. That's your fantasy. If there was scat involved, I will make sure that everyone washed their ass afterwards. I hate that C-SPAN's going to duck out and play the summit from Helsinki instead of taking calls.
Thank you so much. Мы можем начать работать, как я понимаю.
Boo!
Уважаемый господин президент,
Distinguished Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen,
has there been a police chase?
Negotiations with the President of the United States, Donald Trump, took place in a frank and business-like atmosphere. I think we can call it a success and a very fruitful round of negotiations. We carefully analyzed the current status, the present and the future of the Russia-United States relationship, key issues of the global agenda. It's quite clear to everyone that the bilateral relationship are going through a complicated stage, and yet those impediments, the current tension, the tense atmosphere, essentially have no solid reason behind it. The Cold War is a thing of past. The era of acute ideological confrontation of the two countries is a thing of remote past, is a vestige of the past. The situation in the world changed dramatically. Today, both Russia and the United States face a whole new set of challenges. Those include a dangerous maladjustment of mechanisms for maintaining international security and stability, regional crises.
Oh, he was so wanting to invade Ukraine then.
Transnational crime.
John, welcome in.
Problems in the economy, environmental risks, and other sets of challenges. We can only cope with these challenges if we join the ranks and work together. Hopefully, we will reach this understanding with our American partners. Today's negotiations reflected our joint wish with President Trump to redress this negative situation.
There was a police chase 6 hours ago.
Steps for improving this relationship to restore the acceptable level of trust and going back to the previous level of interaction on all mutual interest issues. As major nuclear powers, we bear special responsibility for maintaining international security.
So we're going to pull C-SPAN over here if they go back to calls, or we see somebody come out from the summit. Oh, shit. We will take C-SPAN again. This was a police chase that occurred outside of LA 7 hours ago. I'd put it like right at daybreak.
The 101 freeway because there are mountains there. And
at 5:38 specific time.
Restricting if we get away from the freeway. So we'll be able to see this vehicle a little bit better here in a moment. It won't be such a straight down shot. But John, as you mentioned, and I read, once we get into the heavy traffic, a lot of times that's when we see the real erratic driving from these individuals. You get a person being pursued in a situation like this. They just travel at extremely dangerous speed. 100 miles an hour coming up on traffic, but you don't have much volume. We're just going to see how desperate this individual is when we get to an area where traffic is almost stopped, how erratically they're going to drive. And that's when I really think we're going to see there's some potential from real danger and some potential for injury here, even if the suspect does not slow down. But boy, it looks like the speeds have increased into the left.
He looking like he's approaching 100 miles an hour.
Trying to get rid or get away from and around some of the cars on the freeway. So,
hell yeah, John. Glad I could be of help.
Dangerous to people on the freeway.
It is definitely a bingeable show.
You see driving pretty erratically, and look at that, over 100 miles an hour now. We've got an angle that's pretty accurate. So we believe that speed is above 100 miles an hour there and in the 90s right now. So
I was late to the party. I didn't start watching until like season 6, 7.
60 miles an hour before we got over.
Whenever they got syndicated on Comedy Central,
so it does look
Comedy Central had a promo that had like a supercut of a bunch of the dumb shit they've done. And I laughed my ass off. Like, I have to watch that show.
Going to be getting out there on the roads for their morning commute. So It'll be really interesting to see if this driver will weave through those cars, Scott, and just exactly if they will stay up.
Light one up, dib one back.
Plan is from here.
Yeah, Scott mentioned we don't know a lot of information about this suspect. We don't know why authorities are pursuing this vehicle. It
is one of the cheapest pilots ever produced.
We believe maybe a Toyota Camry from the looks of it, but still capable of driving at a very high rate of speed, as you saw, reaching over 100 miles an hour.
The original pilot doesn't have D in it, though.
85 miles.
Somebody else. Well, I mean, it has a D, but it's not.
They had
Caitlin Olsen
signal on. It wasn't like they were turning, so that makes it even more confusing for any car around it trying to stay out of harm's way here. But now it looks like traffic looks like it's getting a little thicker here. So this is where the problem.
Yeah, this is like rush hour traffic in L.A. or just before rush hour.
Let me take that back.
Coming up on more Yeah, John, sorry about that. I mean, coming up on more volume here, this is going to be the interesting part of this pursuit, to see what the suspect does when, the traffic volume increases and he has to come up on more and more cars and then try and maneuver around them. Now,
I think they might have a passenger.
Woodland Hills area, just left Calabasas on the Ventura Freeway eastbound. We're coming up, it looks like about Topanga Canyon Boulevard.
That's why I corrected myself. Not quite rush hour yet.
There's a lot of volume going eastbound and then transitioning onto the 405 south.
Probably 6:30 is when it gets real heavy.
We're up every morning. They are in some cases, depending on what's going on. LAPD is up.
But you might be right. It might be more towards 7.
Issue, but I don't think they did because we're not hearing them. But they're probably getting ready to get over this pursuit. I think it'll be LAPD and not see.
I was going to do a movie night tonight. I was going to watch Superman.
But we did
maybe Sinners as well.
About a spike strip on the 101 freeway eastbound at the 405.
Oh, hell yeah, Flo.
Yeah, those are dicey. They're difficult to do because you don't want to cause flats to other vehicles. So we're going to.
Are you gonna make some corn tortillas or flour tortillas first? You're gonna make corn tortillas, aren't you?
Slow. They'll have a CHP officer, more than likely, or an LAPD officer in the center divider and on the right shoulder. And if they see the opportunity, to throw out that spike strip and get it in front of that vehicle, then they will do so. But that's a situation on the freeway. We don't see spike strips a lot, and we don't see pit maneuvers because obviously that causes.
He's in the diamond lane.
If it's a high rate,
I hope he's got a passenger.
You usually want to wait till the vehicle is turning for them to do that pit maneuver where they hit the vehicle from behind, and you don't have a lot of room when you come upon traffic on the freeway, so we don't see that very often. But
he was wobbling there.
As I look ahead, you can't see it in your shot. You just have that white Toyota. I do see pretty good speeds, and it looks like even at the 405.
Oh, fair enough.
It certainly will be much slower, especially the two right lanes. They always slow on the Ventura eastbound transition.
The corn is probably a little bit harder to obtain the ingredients.
The two right, but the left lanes may be okay. So we'll see. It's only going to be a few moments till we get there. So we're in the Tarzana area now. We're coming up on Reseda Boulevard.
I feel like the corn is like that's the way to go.
2 patrol cars behind, but no helicopter up yet this morning.
And just to recap,
you're gonna make your own tortillas.
Minutes ago, the driver was actually heading northbound on the 405, got onto the.
Because to be like store-bought flour tortillas aren't that bad.
And started heading back, and now that driver heading back into Los Angeles area, back into heavier traffic. And as Scott's been mentioning, that is when the real concern is for other drivers caught in the middle of this whole thing. Yeah, Scott, they don't want to try a pit maneuver on the freeway.
But corn tortillas from the store absolutely suck.
Danger.
So I can imagine that the step up
and a spike
into the homemade is that much better.
Very dangerous.
You have a request.
Very strategic about this, and that driver seems to be sticking to the center lane.
I see Smokey. Smokey's right here.
For the most part, but it was topping out at 110 earlier. Now it's kind of slowed down because of the volume in the roadway there, reaching speeds about 70, 75 miles per hour at some point. But it will be very interesting to see what that driver does.
Yeah, and still not.
He was very sleepy.
On who this person is.
Very
and
sleepy kitty. They're never not good. I have the best kitties. You know, I complain about them, but seriously, they are the sweetest fucking cats.
They are fleeing from police at such a high rate of speed, and
I complain out of
Dark out
love.
this morning, so once you know, it's hard to see into that vehicle how many people.
Has to be doing over
Is
100.
there just that driver? Do they have passengers? We would like to know more information about who's in that car.
yeah, we think it's a Toyota, a white Toyota, maybe a Camry. It does look like the windows are tinted too, which is, you know, as Irene.
If you missed the story last night, I was wearing my Ask Me About My Cat shirt.
Driver, are there other people?
As we were checking into the hotel, and there were like 3 or 4 valet people.
Too, because they just don't know what they're dealing with.
Door hops.
Right now, you can see that vehicle.
Whatever the fuck, you know, people that were carrying luggage and shit like that.
How's it look from you?
And one of the women
Watching that vehicle
asked me about my cats, and like it just stunned me. Like I didn't realize I had the shirt on.
to and out of a lane when it was driving.
But as soon as I realized it, oh my god, I just started talking about my cats.
Coming up on, looks like about White Oak here. In a moment, in the
Let me tell you, my oldest is a tuxedo.
It's Friday light on the Ventura eastbound. A lot of times it's very, very slow in here. There's certainly much more volume, but it'll be interesting to see what happens here in just a few moments because we're not far away from the 101 freeway and the 405, and we heard that report. We get it on a scanner.
Once again, the summit with Putin and Trump currently ongoing.
On the 101 and the 405 freeway interchange. So it's going to be interesting if they have the ability to do that. Now it's dark.
So we've cut away to do a short police chase.
Patrol cars that
this happened this morning.
Positioned here on the center divider and on the shoulder.
This is the Ventura Freeway outside of Encino.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But this is the area I thought would be a little bit heavier. This is the Ventura Freeway eastbound, and we're coming up on the 405 freeway interchange.
Coming up on 6 a.m. specific time.
There was very little volume on the freeway.
A little boxed in here.
Has to try to determine where they're going. If they stay in the right lane here, that's going to put them on the 405 freeway southbound. The 2 right lanes transition to the south 405, and it looks like that's where the suspect's going unless they make a turn to get into one of the left lanes. We'll be back on the 405. As you mentioned, it started on the 405 northbound. Or about in
I've got the summit up over here if we get any movement, or if C-SPAN goes back to taking calls.
And then, of course, we have the vehicle.
We will cut back to it.
Back to the east. And I believe that's a transition onto the 405 southbound, if I'm not mistaken. So it looks like a suspect may be heading back to familiar ground. And you see there's the 405 freeway. Southbound side, it's not that busy yet, although once you get to the top of the hill, once you get up towards Mulholland, it gets a little tough. And then it's going to get a little tough for us as well because of the overcast layer here. I would assume it gets really tough as the morning goes on. A little closer to the top of the pass, what type of ceiling and visibility we have. But it's actually going to travel on the 405 south now.
We talk about busyness, but like I would assume that L.A. is a lot like Atlanta. There's not really a time where it's not busy on the interstate.
The driver hasn't been swinging between lanes a lot, driving in a fairly stable way, I want to say.
It goes from busy to god-awful gridlock.
As Scott mentioned, there might be some sort of drugs or alcohol involved, but thankfully, safety, of course, top of mind. That driver hasn't been slammed.
Been out partying all night.
Looks like he's on surface streets, yeah. So, Scott, a whole different game now for police.
Yeah, off on Valley Vista and making a right turn, I believe, on Sepulveda Boulevard. Yeah, that's correct. It just popped up there. And this will parallel the 405 freeway southbound through the pass, but off of the freeway itself.
Were you wanting to get back up here,
Pretty windy road, especially when
I woke you up, and now you want to come be on stream.
Looks like he's going to be on Sepulveda Boulevard, and this sort of, this is a different animal sometimes when you get on surface streets. It's early in the morning, but still, you have vehicles pulling out in front of the car. You have vehicles pursuit vehicles sometimes running.
Oh, Paul Squall. Hell yeah, let's party. Light one up, tip one back, bitches.
It may be a little sketchy for us. Like I said a moment ago, we might not be able to make it to the pass. It looks decent here at the moment, but you never know when you're flying a helicopter until you actually get in it, what you're going to be able to do.
You're Willie Nelson.
But on Sepulveda Boulevard, still headed southbound, paralleling the 405 freeway and heading up into the Sepulveda Pass. A little windy road here, and boy, if he gets off of Sepulveda Boulevard and gets into the Encino area, there are so many little streets out in Encino. I mean, there are so many blind curves in Encino. There's so many areas that this suspect vehicle could get into.
Oh, that one got me.
Dangerous.
I'm still not used to the vape.
And that can make a pretty big difference as far as how dangerous the pursuit.
It's not like taking bong rips for me.
High rates of speed,
I take those like a champ.
It's getting difficult to keep the suspect vehicle in sight.
Yeah. And you always wonder about the mindset about a driver like this. Why get off the freeway here? Is he trying to get home? Is he trying to use surface streets to elude?
If you're running from the cops, don't go home.
It's not often that they get away. I mean.
Yeah, but it is interesting now that the driver is on these surface streets.
I can tell you how to get away. I have the key
For
to
the
getting
units
away
that
from
are
the police
following him.
during a chase.
Does it make it easier for them to deploy that
There are
spike
two
strip
ways
now
to
that
do it.
He or she is off?
Be on a motorcycle, dirt bike,
Could, but the problem would be planning because they didn't know he was going to get off on.
go into a parking garage, some sort of structure that is in a busy area.
Place will be difficult.
Ditch your vehicle, act nonchalant, blend in with foot traffic. That is how you get away from the cops.
We're going to have a very difficult time getting through.
Those are the only two ways to get away from the that I've seen. Maybe you've got some ideas about how you might be able to get away from the cops. I would like to see it in play, but those are the only two ways I have seen work consistently.
And the weather right now is somewhat restrictive. So what happens to us trying to follow this, if we do lose the suspect, we'll have to go towards the Cahuenga Pass because the...
Though I will say with the milk truck chase
where the 101 freeway
earlier this week,
Hollywood out of the valley, and then we would try and make it. But right now we're still going to try and make the 405. We're going to lose it for a moment.
Criticize their decision to go back to downtown L.A.,
because that's well east of the 405 freeway.
especially in a milk truck. They pulled it off. They got away.
Area we may be able to fly, and we may be able to pick the...
That is one of the big things, is you're going to have to be able to get away from the camera. I don't think a chaff grenade would be able to take out the camera on the...
No, those are just dudes.
What is called the LAPD airship.
That's just a couple others here, which...
It's just a helicopter,
makes things pretty
but airship sounds cooler.
Everybody, should we decide to cut this off? I mean,
Are we cutting it off?
Helicopters up here, and I've flown helicopters for 40 years. I have a pilot now, but in what you have to do in a situation like
I don't think we're getting a resolution to this.
and you have to say, let's leave. Because you don't want one rogue guy out there flying in bad weather, because we don't want to lose the shot, and they want to keep the shot. But could you talk to everybody and get them to turn around, please? So my feeling is everybody needs to bail on this pursuit.
Right.
And I think I'm just getting my pilot to tell them that. It's just too dangerous. There's no reason for us to fly in this.
Well, the news organization is going to be like, cops, you need to bail on this one.
Yeah, we don't want anyone to get hurt over this.
Turning? All right, let's go to the Cahuenga Pass.
All right,
so
Scott.
we're going to be off this pursuit. We'll try and pick it up here in a few moments. We'll have to go around, as I mentioned, and we'll see if we can pick it back up in West LA if he continues that direction.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think it continued then. I'll see if I can get an update on that chase. We will go back to... They're showing the Helsinki summit from 2018 currently.
Constructive day. This was a very constructive few hours that we spent together.
So we're waiting on this type of press conference
to continue our
Putin and Trump will give remarks. You can see the live shot here in Anchorage.
Again in the future, often, and hopefully we will solve.
They've been meeting for about 30 minutes now.
Again,
these meetings usually happen. They usually take around an hour, hour and a half. I think they said the one in Helsinki lasted about 50 minutes.
To ask two questions, two sets of questions each. First, the Russian journalist will ask the question. Please give your affiliation. Good afternoon. My name is Alexei Meshkov.
See, most of the chases that we watch, they are in a stolen vehicle.
President Trump.
But then that's what makes it okay. So, like, my advice to you is to ditch your vehicle in a parking garage. But if you're running from the cops because you stole a vehicle, that kind of defeats the purpose, right? But you need to get away from the cops. I'm just telling you how to get away from the cops.
From this,
if you're ditching the vehicle, that totally, like...
But this cold winter,
futile effort, wasted effort,
current mechanism.
But you can't do the sunk cost fallacy. You can't be like, oh, I've got to hold on to this car because if the cops get you, you're gonna lose the car anyway.
I have a question. The implementation of your idea has a political tinge to it.
I've drank a lot of coffee. And I don't have a Dan Crenshaw eye pussy. I will return shortly.
Formed in the supply and demand.
Oh, killed the wrong thing there, didn't I?
First, it's the consuming countries who will fall into this gap. And the second question, before the meeting with President Putin, you called him an adversary, a rival, and yet you expressed hope that you will be able to bring this relationship to a new level. Did you manage to do this?
You know, actually, I called him a competitor, and a good competitor he is. And I think the word competitor is a compliment. I think that we will be competing when you talk about the pipeline. I'm not sure necessarily that it's in the best interests of Germany or not, but that was a decision that they made. We'll be competing. As you know, the United States is now, or soon will be, but I think it actually is right now the largest in the oil and gas world. So we're going to be selling LNG, and we'll have to be competing with the pipeline. And I think we'll compete successfully, although there is a little advantage locationally. So I just wish them luck. I mean, I did. I discussed with Angela Merkel in pretty strong tones. But I also know where they're all coming from. And they have a very close source. So we'll see how that all works out. But we have lots of sources now, and the United States is much different than it was a number of years ago when we weren't able to extract what we can extract today. So today we're number one in the world at that, and I think we'll be out there competing very strongly. Thank you very much.
Я позволю себе добавить два слова.
If I may,
Мы говорили
с
господином президентом, в том числе.
We talked to Mr. President, including this subject as well. We are aware of the stance of President Trump, and I think that we, as a major oil and gas power, and
Curiouser went off on something as we were on the trip.
We could work
about like me coming in Dan Crenshaw's eye pussy, and I'm like, the fuck are you talking about? I never once said I'm gonna skull fuck a congressman.
And the consumer.
You're like wanting me to commit homicide out here, and then like desecration of a court. I'm just wanting to piss in the dude where his eye should be.
It's no longer profitable to produce gas. But
and then I'm like, and I think I did a pretty good job. Like that's probably what it looks like under the eye patch, even though you know that's just me. And she's like, nah, it's not scabby like that. It's more juicy. And I'm like, the fuck?
For cooperation.
It's juicy.
Then about the Nord Stream 2, Mr. President
it's juicy under the eye patch, really?
Of disappearance of transit through Ukraine, and I reassured Mr. President that Russia stands ready to maintain this transit. Moreover, we stand ready to extend this transit contract that is about to expire next year, in case.
See, I just got like clip art of a scar or something and put it where his eye should be.
Dispute will be settled in the Stockholm.
Juicy from all the eye hole docking.
The first question from a U.S. journalist goes to Jeff Mason from Reuters.
If anyone doesn't know, eye pussy came from Sparkles.
Thank you. Mr. President, you tweeted this morning.
I did. I started doing dry runs for the freak show.
Responsible for the decline of U.S. relations with Russia.
And like had her on the Troll Patrol like a few Fridays before we actually launched the freak show.
What would you?
I would do the like I want to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole, and she's like, "Oh, that eye pussy."
I think that the United States has been foolish. I think we've
like eye pussy. Who says that?
A long time ago.
Oh yeah.
Frankly, before I got to office.
I got the story here. This is the it was not a man. It was a woman. Or Chase that we were just watching was a female suspect. Unfortunately, she's been taken into custody. We have the conclusion of the chase.
Made some turns off the Santa Monica Freeway to La Cienega onto Venice, and then opened the door and drove around. And we'll see if right now he's got him pinned up on a curb. I'm not sure if the car can't go any further, if it maybe got stuck on that curb, but it was crazy. John and Irene, a moment ago, we just had no idea what the suspect was doing. The driver opened the door, looked like they may fall out of the vehicle, then they shut the door again. So that's the corner of La Cienega and Venice Boulevard in the Palms area, just south of the Santa Monica Freeway. Got off of the 10th freeway, took the 405 south. That's where we lost.
Was it just like last night? Way too many cars. Like
eastbound 10 got off here.
2 or 3 units were fine.
And can we roll that, Marcel?
You didn't need all the extra cops.
It was pretty bizarre to see the suspect open up the door and then look like they were going to jump out. They were driving extremely erratically, though, when they got off the freeway. It looks like they're about to lose control of the
I don't know if I could get, medical shit creeps me out.
And a light pole, and then swerved.
I don't know if I could get a hard-on to fuck somebody in their open eye hole.
This. They opened the door. Now, that's right off La Cienega and Venice Boulevard. Appeared like maybe the suspect was going to get out for a moment, then got stuck up on the curb. The patrol cars pulled in right behind him, and then the suspect shut the door.
It's a her.
To our live shot, and you can see
he may not know that yet.
That we just have a standoff between the suspect and LAPD. It looks like they may have shot pepper ball or some.
If you were in this situation, you should pretty much give yourself up. You are not getting out of this.
Pull out a little bit, Marcel. Just going to give a perspective real quick. Just pull out and give you that.
He probably wants you to pull out so just in case they shoot her, you don't witness a murder on live TV.
Push back in. I just want to give folks an idea.
Just throw that out there.
It looks like they shot a pepper ball inside the vehicle. We can go in as tight as we can.
I think John is saying he is pro eye pussy fucking.
But it does appear that they were successful in that manner as far as getting it inside the vehicle, from what I can tell. But it doesn't appear that that's getting the suspect to come out of the vehicle quite yet. So we still have this standoff.
That dude that called it was like, I agree with you on the necrophilia. And I'm like, I didn't say I was against it.
Just out to the 10 freeway.
He's like, so you're for corpse fucking? I was like, I didn't say I was for it.
And now we have a standoff. It does appear just one person, the driver, on board the vehicle, but you never know, as you mentioned, with the windows tinted like that. It's pretty hard to tell for sure.
Sure you did, John. Sure.
Ever open the door?
Look
here you can. Yep. They're going in. Yeah.
Looks like they're breaking
they're going to break the back window. They're probably going to shoot more pepper balls in there.
Yeah.
They're going to get a lot of gas in there and see if they can get the suspect to come out.
There you
go.
go.
She's not able to take that. It's just a little bit too much for him, more than likely. And they're going to rush him here, I believe. If he keeps that door open, they're going to rush him. It's extremely dangerous, even with a shield, to pull up and open the door. That's pretty dangerous. You don't know if he has a weapon. Man. And now they're pretty exposed, but they must feel comfortable doing this. Okay. They have the suspect in custody. From what I can tell, it appears only the driver, because I don't see them really paying.
No, they know it's like a little college girl or something at this time.
Knock that other window open. So the suspect is in custody. But, boy, it was a crazy pursuit. You know, it started in West L.A., went all the way out to the Ventura area in Agoura, then came back onto the 405 South, where we lost it, of course, due to weather there for a little bit. South 405 onto the eastbound 10, off at La Cienega. Can you give me a bit of a wide shot one more time, Marcel? Just want to let folks see where this is.
See how many cops are wasting your tax dollars.
Traveling from right to left, then that would be on the westbound side.
When 3 would suffice.
Close. Sky Maps up gives you a good idea exactly where we're at. Just south of the 10 freeway in the Palms area. We'll take that off and push back in one more time. A suspect is in custody, so we saw some extremely erratic driving from time to time.
I feel like we watched a gorilla expert
I don't think anyone was hurt.
that actually said the 100 men could take the gorilla. And I was like, huh, that's interesting. I wouldn't think that'd be true, because like I was like, the gorilla would fucking demolish everybody.
Yes.
Because I would think that not, like, I understand the concept of a whole group and everything, but, like, what are they going to do? No.
President Trump.
But I think the expert also said that, like, oh, the humans would use tools and shit. And I was like, well, that's not part of the proposition. We're talking, like, barehanded fight.
Pathetic about it. And different people could express their sympathy in different ways. But isn't that natural? Isn't it natural to be sympathetic towards a person who is willing to restore the relationship?
I've got cats throwing up everywhere.
The accusations about the Concord country. Well, as far as I know, this company...
I got them new treats. I don't know if they, like, don't sit well with them. They were kitten treats. And Curiouser was like, well, they're kittens.
Courts. So there's no evidence when it comes to the actual facts. So we have to be guided by facts and not by rumors. Now, let's get back to the issue of these 12 alleged intelligence officers of Russia. I don't know the full extent of the situation, but the President Trump mentioned this issue, and I will look into it. So far, I can say the following. The things that, off the top of my head, we have an existing agreement between the United States of America and the Russian Federation, an existing treaty that dates back to 1999, the mutual assistance on criminal cases. This treaty is in full effect. It works quite efficiently. On an average, we initiate about 100, 150 criminal cases upon requests from foreign states. For instance, the last year, there was one extradition case upon the request sent by the United States. So this treaty has specific legal procedures. We can offer that the appropriate commission headed by Special Attorney Mueller, he can use this treaty as a solid foundation and send an official request to us so that we would interrogate, we would hold a questioning of these individuals who he believes are privy to some crimes. And our law enforcement are perfectly able to do this questioning and send the appropriate materials to the United States. Moreover, we can meet you halfway, we can make another step. We can actually permit official representatives of the United States, including the members of this very commission headed by Mr. Mueller, we can let them into the country and they will be present at this questioning. But in this case, there is another condition. This kind of effort should be a mutual one. Then we would expect that the Americans would reciprocate.
Okay, I believe it was only the one cat. I have a bulimic cat. Have you guys ever seen a bulimic cat before?
United States,
he binges and purges.
Who have something to do with illegal actions on the territory of Russia.
He will eat way too much, and then he will throw up, and then he will eat way too much again.
Law enforcement.
Terry, welcome.
For instance, we can bring...
It's really annoying.
Mr. Browder.
So, like, the solution is that I have to, like, just feed him a little bit all throughout the day. But the problem is I haven't been here.
In Russia. They never paid any taxes.
I've been very fucking tired. I'm getting adjusted back.
And yet the money escaped the country. They were transferred to the United States. They sent a huge amount of money, 400 million.
I can name you 100 people that I would love to see go take on a gorilla.
Well, that's their personal case. It might have been legal, the contribution itself, but the way the money was earned was illegal. So
I feel, well, as I said, the experts,
some intelligence of
the experts' take on it was that the humans would use tools. And I'm like, that's not part of it. Like, if we're talking just human versus gorilla, barehanded fight, it's in an enclosure. There's no way that humans can, you know, grab a stick and sharpen it into a spear or whatever. I think there's no way.
Потому что он говорил о нормализации российско-американских отношений.
Because even if enough of them could subdue the gorilla, yeah, also, a gorilla could use tools.
You have the floor.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you so much.
Because even if
good evening to
there was a way that enough humans could, like, you know, you've got 3 people on the leg,
TV channel.
on each leg and each arm. You've got one that's got it in a headlock or something. There's like 5 of them on its back and shit.
Possibly any specific arrangements for?
Oh my God, John! I think you're just playing devil's advocate.
In Syria. If any,
how is a human is not capable of doing anything that can pierce its skin?
Если позволите, Владимир Владимирович, тоже вопрос.
That is stamina is a thing.
Несколько раз уже затрагивалась тема футбола. Я на футбольном языке задам вопрос. Господин Помпео чуть ранее сказал, что когда разговор
Mr. Pompeo mentioned that when we talk about the Syrian
and beyond the ability of the humans to be able to do anything to hurt the gorilla, because like, what are you gonna do? Punch in the face?
In Russia,
I don't think a human punch is gonna hurt the gorilla.
In fact, they have in the ball.
Well, I guess I'll answer the first part of the question. We've worked with Israel long and hard.
I don't think you get in close enough. I think the gorilla is going to send people flying with its arms.
President Putin also is helping Israel, and we both spoke with Bibi Netanyahu, and they would like to do certain things with respect to Syria, having to do with the safety of Israel. So in that respect,
it's going to put its head down and swing its arm
to help Israel, and Israel will be working with us So both
To
countries.
protect its eyes for exactly that reason.
And I think that when you
Oh my God, I can't believe that we've reignited the
that's been
debate.
made in certain sections with the eradication
Is
of
this dress blue or white? I fucking.
99% there, and other things that have taken place that we've done, and that frankly Russia has helped us with in certain respects. But I think that working with
Fragwitz, welcome in.
And creating safety for
I did. Somebody showed me that before I knew about the online controversy, and I was like, "It's periwinkle with brown trim," and she's like, "That wasn't even one of the options."
Because you have such horrible. If you see, and I've seen reports, and I've seen pictures, I've seen just about everything
You'd have to run from the gorilla and wear it down.
of Syria.
But then I don't know how you actually. What are you doing to attack the gorilla
basis.
other than take out its
And that's
eyes?
what the word was really a humanitarian basis. I think that both of us would be very interested in doing that, and we are. We will do that.
Kick it in the balls?
Excuse me, but for now, no specific agreements, for instance, between the militaries.
Well, our militaries do get along. In fact, our militaries actually have gotten along.
I guess you could fuck it to death.
Political leaders for years, but our militaries do get along very well, and they do coordinate in Syria and other places. Okay? Thank you.
Мы говорили, я уже упоминал об этом.
See, I don't know about kill, because I think you would be.
Of this issue.
Because you're going to hit like blunt force
Yesterday I
trauma.
discussed this with French President Mr. Macron, and we reached an agreement that together
Concussion, broken ribs,
we will
internal bleeding kind of deal. So I don't think like gorilla's not going to kill you instantly.
to deliver the humanitarian cargo. And today,
It's going to be something where you lay there and suffer for a little
Trump, I
bit.
think there is plenty of things to look into. The crucial thing
So I think a gorilla could take 10 people out in a minute, yes.
are in Turkey, in Lebanon, in Jordan, in
The
the
throat would probably be a weak point.
adjacent to Syria. If we help them, the migratory pressure upon the European states
I can't believe we're having this discussion. Really? Really?
and
Right in front of Riri and her fish?
any point of view, from humanitarian point of view, from the point of view of helping people, helping the refugees, and in general, I agree. President Trump, our military cooperate quite successfully together. They-
Curious and I had a whole conversation about Rihanna and her fish on the trip.
We will keep working in the Astana format. I mean, Russia, Turkey.
Because like I love that picture. Like one, the idea that rappers get together on their yachts and shit and go out and go fishing. That's really cool.
Efforts to this.
But how proud Rihanna is, because like here's her like, did she catch those? I'm like, look at her. She is so proud. Of course she caught those fish.
And so that we will be able to maximize our fighting.
And then Julio Fulio's in the background,
Success in the-
just looking amazed at Rihanna's catch.
About the having the ball in our court in Syria. President Trump has just mentioned that we've successfully
I love that picture. That is
Football Cup.
one of my favorite pictures of all time.
Mr. President, I'll give this ball to you, and now the ball is in your court.
Тем более, что США должны будут
All the
проводить
more
чемпионат
that
мира
the
в
United States
2026 году.
will host the World Cup in 2026.
That's right. Thank you very much. We do host it, and we hope we do as good a job.
But you could puncture a larynx or
We
something.
have
You
no
couldn't
place to
pierce the
protect them on. Here you
skin.
go. Okay.
The final question from the.
But you could do some damage to its like windpipe and shit. He threw a ball at Melania. Well, I'm assuming we're taking people that like, you know,
Thank you. Question.
preppers
President Trump.
that actually want to go fight a gorilla. It's not like we got somebody running scared from a gorilla.
Election interference in 2016. Every U.S. intelligence agency has concluded that Russia did.
Yeah, jinx, my lord. Ha ha.
For you, sir,
You owe me a
Who
Coke.
do you believe? My second question is,
Or some Coke.
with the whole world
Either
watching,
or.
tell President Putin, would you denounce what happened in 2016, and would you warn him to never do it again?
So let me just say that we have
Asking about the 2016 election.
that are wondering why the FBI never took the server. Why haven't they taken the server? Why was the FBI told to leave the office of the Democratic National Committee? I've been wondering that. I've been asking that for months and months, and I've been tweeting it out and calling it out.
Hey, we're going to be revisiting this.
Where is the server? I want to know, where is the server, and what is the server saying? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question. My people came to me, Dan.
I would say, Krill, you're right on that one, that most humans wouldn't have the strength.
I have.
But I mean, we're sending like UFC fighters against the gorilla, right?
I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be, but I really do want to see the server. But I have.
It's obvious the way he treats autocrats versus the way he treats
probably go on for a while.
democratically elected normal dudes. No.
What happened to the server? What happened to the server?
We're not just sending normal, like at least people that
worked on the DNC. Where are those servers?
Are like amateur fighters. They fight tough guy.
Hillary Clinton's email.
Military vets. We're not just sending normal people. Like we didn't just grab some workers from an office somewhere.
I think it's a disgrace that we can't
I'm assuming there's some fighting skill involved.
1,000 emails. So I have great confidence in my intelligence people.
But on the flip side, the gorilla isn't a pussy.
President Putin was
it's like a gorilla that beats up on other gorillas.
In his denial today. And what he did is an incredible offer. He offered to have the people working on the case.
But see, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you could run from the gorilla and tire it down.
It's an incredible
because stamina is... Why are we having this argument again?
I'd like to add something to this. After all, I was an intelligence officer myself.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
I do know how dossiers are made up. Just a second. That's the first thing. Now the second.
UFC is... I mean, it kind of is.
I believe
the fights aren't predetermined.
And I hope.
But man, and that's why a lot of people are turning away from UFC.
Do you believe the United States is a democracy? And if so, if it is a democratic state,
they protect their moneymaker fighters.
In this kind of a dispute,
they do matchups to assure like a certain person wins.
By the executive, by the law enforcement. For instance,
UFC is not a meritocracy.
Brought up is being accused. It's been accused of interference. But this company does not constitute the Russian state. It does not represent the Russian state. And I brought several examples before.
There for a while, it was more WWE than WWE was.
George Soros, for instance, with multi-billion...
George Soros!
But does that make him his position, his posture, the posture of the United States? No, it does not. But it's the same case. There is the issue of trying a case in the court. And the final say is for the court to deliver.
It's not fixed in that way.
We're now talking about the private, the individuals, and not about particular states. And as far as the most recent...
It's fixed in more subtle, like, there was the whole sumo thing, and they were actually sumo fighters getting paid to, sumo wrestlers getting paid to take dives. There's been boxers that have been paid to take dives. UFC not fixed in that way.
But
it's like in opponent selection, and
we would await our Russian counterparts to provide us access to the persons of interest for us, who we believe can have something to do with intelligence services. Well, let's discuss.
Once again, I'll point you to the Freakonomics movie and book.
As a loose change for this internal political struggle.
A question.
Because it was apparently a pretty insidious plot that the Sumo Wrestling Federation had going on.
About officially recognizing Crimea.
And it took like a real numbers person to realize what was happening.
Does the Russian government have any compromising material on President Trump or his family?
Does Russia have compromising material on Trump?
President Trump and posture of President Trump on Crimea is well known. and he stands firmly by it. He continued to maintain that it was illegal to annex it. Our viewpoint is different. We held a referendum in strict compliance with the UN Charter and the international legislation. For us, this issue, we put paid to this issue.
That's why I just watch wrestling. Wrestling is way more fun.
Yeah, I did heard these rumors that we allegedly collected compromising material on Mr. Trump when he was visiting Moscow. Well, distinguished colleague, let me tell you this. When President Trump visited Moscow back then, I didn't even know that he was in Moscow. I treat President Trump with utmost respect, but back then
I don't believe that.
As a private individual, a businessman, nobody informed me that he was in Moscow.
I don't believe that.
Economic Forum, for instance, there were over 500 American businessmen, the high-ranking, the high-level ones. I don't even remember the last names of each and every one of them. Well, do you remember, do you think that we try to collect compromising material on each and every single one of them?
Yes, yes, yes.
Another nonsense of a bigger scale than this. Well, please, just disregard these issues and don't think about this anymore again.
Amazing.
If they had it, it would have been out long ago. And if anybody watched...
Putin is wild. That's awesome. I didn't even know he was in Moscow. Had no idea. Nobody told. Do you think we collect compromising materials on all the rich people that stay in Russia? That's silly. Don't think any more about it.
Thank you so much.
Amazing. What an answer. Just mocking the press to their face. The guy that throws people out windows.
And
what, you think we just collect compromat on people? The former head of the KGB says.
That is the stage where we are expecting a little later this afternoon a
oh my God!
Conference between President Trump and Vladimir Putin, President of Russia.
I'm dying.
Several of their aides joining them in that meeting. We're told it began as a
You hear that? Trump and Putin have aides.
Secretary of State Steve Witkoff joining the president in his side of that aisle of the meeting. We know Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia, had joined President Putin at that meeting, and we are awaiting the results of that meeting. We don't know when they're going to come out, what they're going to say, but the expectation is there will be a joint.
The meeting has been going on for about an hour now.
This afternoon, you can watch alongside all of us here on C-SPAN.
Anytime.
Here in Washington, D.C. by Jennifer Wistrand. She is a Russia-Ukraine analyst, teaches those topics.
So we are awaiting a press conference.
At the Wilson Center, and has been helping us all afternoon, and we appreciate that help. Want to show viewers a little bit earlier today who joined us. They saw the arrival ceremony, President Trump and President Putin walking down the red carpet and for a photo opportunity. But what you may not have seen in that arrival ceremony is the...
Asking me who I would want to take on the gorilla to defeat it, or who I'd want to take on the gorilla to be defeated.
We're showing to viewers now of what was happening in the air, literally above Vladimir Putin's head.
I mean, first person I'm going to take if I want to actually beat the gorilla is probably going to be Brock Lesnar.
F-22 Raptor.
Okay, to be fed to the gorilla.
Before
you said no politicians.
In the red carpet there.
Drake,
P.
Diddy.
Strength, you think, in that flight?
Bill Cosby.
The Russian president's head?
Yeah, I don't know. It's so interesting. You know, a number of the callers had previously...
That Chrisley dude.
What's going on.
Kanye.
For U.S. audiences, if we go back over decades, it would...
I feel like I named a lot of black people.
We have to remember just...
Hold on. Bankers.
President Trump did have a military parade in Washington, D.C.
Definitely needs some... fucking Bezos! Fuck! How is Bezos not the top of the list? Bezos, Elon...
So we could have
there are 700
It's a
billionaires.
reflection on what President Trump's interests are.
The top one, if I only get to pick 100, the top 100 of those 700. So sorry, Peter Thiel.
The foreign leader would like, is this a way of, this would make them comfortable? So I think there's so many different interpretations we could have.
I went to music just because I love music, but after I thought about it for a little bit, clearly there are 700 billionaires in the world.
Negotiating terms.
If I only get 100, then the top 100 of the 700.
Before this summit about what it would take to end the war.
And then I feel like the other 600 will fall in line.
Territorial control of various parts of eastern Ukraine, specifically.
You may not even have to do it to all 700, right?
And the far east of Ukraine, they want no.
And we're talking like the top 100 billionaires.
The NATO.
They don't fucking stand a chance.
NATO association. They want an end.
They don't stand a chance against the fucking gorilla.
Against Russia, those going in place and beefing up over the months and years as this war has gone on.
Fair enough, Krell. Trump isn't a politician. He's just a con man that dabbles in politics.
United States. Those are some of the key.
No, you are talking about the softest pussy boys that have ever existed. All 700 billionaires against the gorilla. The gorilla wins.
List, right?
And I would love to see it.
Pursuing peace, we don't see any
please
to stopping the actual attacks, right, and the killing of civilians. So
700 is a huge number, but they are the softest pieces of shit
the number 2
that have ever existed.
That's been the long-standing desire of Russia, is that Ukraine not be.
And they're dumb.
And that gets back
so, we're talking about, human ingenuity of being able to, formulate a plan to take him down, exhaust him. Fucking billionaires are they aren't going to be able to. It'd be like watching cops
in the West
try to take down a suspect.
Now in a situation where Russia was able to.
Just complete incompetence.
Essentially, Russia's claim to being, you're bringing NATO too close to Russia's border if, you're going to raise discussions of Ukraine being a part of NATO. But I think, again, looking at these 4 that you mentioned.
So confident in my answer, send all 700 billionaires. They could not take out the gorilla.
Mine is won the territory. If he can get a concession saying that, yes, we'll actually get.
Even if we didn't take the top gorilla, if this was a gorilla of lesser fight, the gorilla, the runt of the litter. I've got a cat in a closet.
Countries, if he's able to get that 18% that says, well, actually, you can invade countries, and there won't be any meaningful recourse. But I assume, too, the sanctions issue is a big one for him. Again, just economically.
There's a cat in the closet.
A lot of reports saying while people hoped the sanctions would be more effective more quickly, that they really are having a significant impact.
Like last night, I am once again wearing pajama pants.
So as this meeting came together, and as we've noted, it happened very quickly.
I kicked my computer tower.
Leaders also
apparently there is a CD in the tray
to show their unity ahead of this meeting, to put out their own statements about their support of Ukraine and what they expect. This was the statement from EU countries that came out in the wake of that very quick gathering that Volodymyr Zelensky was a part of. The joint statement, including most of the EU members, Hungary disassociating itself specifically from this statement when it came out. But it reads, the people of Ukraine must have the freedom to decide their own future. The path to peace in Ukraine cannot be decided without Ukraine. Meaningful negotiations can only take place in the context of a ceasefire or reduction of hostilities. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine.
He was trying to take a nap in my suitcase.
Of tweets, of X-posts that read in part.
Yeah, I was trying to get you Pete's, but Maynard doesn't like to cooperate with that. Smokey's a lot easier to show you Pete's.
He goes on to say that we continue coordinating with our partners in Europe the time.
Smokey got, like, when you saw the light on my face, and Smokey got out of the window. Like, did somebody say Smokey?
We are preparing for the upcoming discussions. Russia.
Yeah, he's gonna go over and lay down with socks.
It itself started.
He didn't come my way.
For years, the killings must stop. A meeting of leaders is needed. At the very least, Ukraine, America, and the Russian side, and it is precisely in such a format that effective decisions are possible. He goes on to say security guarantees are needed, lasting peace.
Yeah, this whole thing is fucking laughable.
Thank everyone.
I didn't want to cover this shit.
Results. Just what do you read from that statement?
Yeah, I think President Zelensky...
I'm sorry, I missed 420 a little bit ago. I wasn't paying attention. Why didn't somebody remind me?
Obviously, he would have preferred to have been a part of this.
Blame my chat.
He's not. Therefore, I think his, and then that joint statement that you read earlier by EU or European partners, you know, they also, I'm sure that Germany or the UK would have liked...
I'm not high enough.
And they're not. So I think for Ukraine in particular, but Europe as a whole, they're hoping that what comes out of this is a larger meeting where they can be a part of the discussion, and that will be the discussion where actually meaningful steps are taken towards peace. I think also President Zelensky is going to be, again, we talked about this a little bit before, but he's in a difficult position. He can't come out as upset, even though obviously he presumably is upset. He's not included because he doesn't want to circle back to what happened in the Oval Office meeting in February.
I was right. I was like, there's no way I could already have cashed this out.
You know, he allowed his emotions to come out.
No, I do see it now. I am getting...
That led to then the U.S. Declaring a pause in aid, and then President Zelensky needing to apologize. President Trump
maybe a little over halfway through
I think he wants to make sure he doesn't step off message and irritate anyone.
And I want to come back to that Oval Office meeting in just a
There's
second.
still plenty in it, though.
Along with those words.
I could have cashed this out yet. It was
out
just
on social media.
It needed to be charged.
President Zelensky also sending out some video. It's from the Kyiv Post of some of the damage presumably caused by one of the attacks that is happening on the day of negotiations. Again.
Oh my God, Fragwoods with the dad joke.
Attacks are still happening in Ukraine, even on the day that
the swirling of the flames.
Fire is being negotiated.
The smoke. That's crazy.
What do you read from that and him trying to make that point to the world community over social media?
I think it's a very, very...
We were waiting for a press conference with Trump and Putin.
Or discussion about cessation of hostilities. The two sides would agree to a temporary cessation of hostilities. And so the fact that Russia is still continuing forward with its attack, actually stepping up its attacks, as we've seen in recent days. And
I'm old enough to be a grandpa now.
Without us, interpreting beyond means that we
I was a great uncle.
For President Putin.
5 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that.
As high on his list as it could be.
Shit, longer than that. Holy fuck.
The end of that last one, in which he's saying everybody knows what's needed here. He says security guarantees are needed.
I have a great niece or nephew. I don't know because my
objectives. And then
my niece stopped talking to me when she got pregnant.
What he doesn't say there is Ukraine.
Because I told her, you should have an abortion, right? She was only like 16, 17.
Restored before.
Like, the last thing this world needs another unwed, uneducated teen mom from Appalachia.
Significant. The fact that he's not putting...
That wasn't why she stopped talking to me.
As
I go out to the garage and smoking a cigarette because this is still like over 10 years ago. I'm still a smoker at this time. I'm smoking a cigarette with my dad, and she comes out and because she's like, "Oh, life is precious," blah 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 blah, and she comes out and wants to bum a cigarette off of one of us, and I'm like, "I thought you said life is precious," but you're
he would be willing to discuss, or simply that he wants to.
But you're willing to, and the language I probably shouldn't use on Twitch with every breath you take off the cigarette.
What he thought would basically.
That's why she stopped talking to me. So I don't even know if I have a great nephew or niece. I don't know.
On their screens right now, the state.
I don't know what gender it ended up being.
And
my other two nieces probably popped out kids by now.
Discussion is expected to expand, so to go several hours. But this is the stage where we're expecting Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin to come out and take some questions from the press before they head back in their various directions home, some 4,300 miles for President Putin to head back to Moscow, some 3,400 miles for President Trump to come back here to Washington.
I find that story really funny, especially because the beginning of the story, they're like wanting me to come up and be in like this circle, and I think they're trying, because I'm like doing a lot of drugs and shit, but I'm in college,
World War II,
making good grades, but like they're like just a little bit in intervention format, and I'm like, I don't need an intervention
about that notorious Oval.
So I've done this as like a stand-up bit, but the one time I did it
this year that took place,
I guess it was really weird. Like people did not laugh about it.
You can watch
because it is really dark.
You can watch how the tone of that meeting changed.
I think the uneducated, unwed teen mom from Appalachia. I think that's a great line.
Time here as we wait for these negotiations to wrap up. So we're going to play it for our viewers now, and we'll see you on the other side.
This was the meeting with Zelensky, back in February. Really weird meeting.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine. And we've been working very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well.
Those kids, I feel sorry for them because they were my nieces. And they're not kids anymore. They're all three of them are adults now.
Beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very...
But like their mom was fucking cuckoo. I'm talking, she was constantly on those like diet pills and shit.
Some of the rare earth.
And they were like raised in this backwoods fucking church.
From the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with...
Like I talk about me being from Appalachia, me being from one of the poorest areas in the world, yada, 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 yada. But I actually lived in like...
We've started the confines...
The most developed...
Can happen.
Where all the money was in the area.
Soldiers, most...
I did not grow up in a shack with a fucking outhouse. But it was right next to my neighborhood. I pass that shit all the time. But I actually lived in a subdivision. My parents were poor parents from Appalachia. My parents were decently well off because my dad did construction in the 90s, and there was a lot of money in it.
They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that...
I'm aware of the privilege that I had, even being in a very underprivileged community.
That this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably...
Oh, but that was for me to come around and say that my nieces did not grow up in the same area as me. Yes, it was the same area, but it was about like 40 minutes out in the country, up a holler.
Tremendous credit to your generals and your...
Very, very different upbringing.
In the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters. And you have to be very proud.
I went to a very well-funded county school, probably the best in the county, and they went to one of the worst in the county.
To have you here, thank you very much.
In a very large county.
The agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things.
Yeah, the county had like fucking 9 high schools, 10 high schools or something.
Of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when we when they stop the shooting and we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you. And
saying we're fairly close to a deal in February.
Thank you for...
We're no closer now in August.
I hope that this first document will be first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course, the infrastructure or security guarantees. Because for today, I understand what Europe is ready to do. And of course, I want to discuss with you what United States.
I should have got something to drink. I'm out of tea.
I really count on your
coffee.
strong position
Hold
to
on,
stop
I'll be right back.
And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom, democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territory.
Much better.
It will be later. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone with you, about the drones production we have.
Zelensky's position has not changed from February.
Because of the war. Yes, and of course, we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world.
Let's get spicy here momentarily.
Attacks of Russians, and I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones.
Live shot is on the right. We are waiting for Putin and Trump to emerge from their meeting.
The war, we need
pretty much any minute now. It's been going on
that we are secured, so that's why we need this
for over an hour.
Shield. And of course, about this. I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that this crazy Russian, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back, and really, it's a big dream, task, and goal for me, and our warriors. By the way, Mr. President, we released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images, how it's. Can I now?
Yeah, please.
Some minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Just you to understand.
Oh, here we go.
In what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys.
Screwworm. What the fuck? Screwworm.
So they don't eat, they beat them, and they, they do a lot of bad things. So out of, even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will just share with you. And I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yep, that's tough stuff.
Yeah, I wanted very much to give you, and you see.
Yeah.
This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. At the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. And this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, so I mean, this I wanted to show you, and this. So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah, of course. We
And
will.
I think we will. And
we have to, of course.
Do you have any questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. With the, how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much, because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't.
That he's now offering to Putin.
We have a lot of oil and gas, but we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that can be unprotected. But still, it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, taking it, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out.
Mineral rights is what he's talking about.
We have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw.
Hasn't seen such bad things happen at children since Epstein Island. Ayo!
This puts us in great shape.
And long-term security for Ukraine. How does this provide?
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it.
Man, I had some like
a deal, and when the deal
Wick fan liberals come at me on Twitter. Like they had some meme like liberals propose meeting everyone's needs, and on the right it was, right wingers want to exterminate people, and it was leftists can't tell the two apart. And I'm like, when have liberals ever proposed meeting everyone's needs?
We talk, people are getting shot.
Like, that's just absurd.
And they're not American.
And like I had people respond to me like, well, Obamacare, helped millions of people. I'm like, I don't disagree with that.
People also to spend money on other things we don't want to.
But they didn't propose meeting everyone's needs. Those are two very different things.
They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe.
And then this other one came at me who was like, you deserve everything that's happening right now. This administration's all your fault. And I'm like, I voted for Harris. What are you talking about?
This is an incredible agreement for Ukraine.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
We have a big investment in their country now, and what
was accused by several people of the chat of being too rah-rah for the Democrats.
Really go forward.
And I understand it, but I was
and many other things, including
very much hoping the Democrats won.
In many locations, but that we need for our country. This allows.
I still hold the position having the Democrats in power would have been objectively way better.
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just yes. In the document, there is one of the very important points if we speak about business and investment.
But Gaza, yeah. We would have more sway over a Harris administration.
That's documents, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see really goodwill for this.
T-minus, welcome in.
And I think for security of European continent. We have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe, yes. Yes, and we can use it for LNG.
If you're just joining us, we are waiting for the Trump-Putin press conference. We've already had the photo ops. They've met. They've shaken hands.
Less support, but they are our friends, and they are our.
They are behind closed doors in their meeting currently. It has been going on for about an hour 15, hour 20 minutes.
Much less.
No. No.
Don't argue with me.
No.
Okay.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a President of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues.
The night Justin thought she'd won, hope didn't figure. What? Libertad, what?
Do you want to take? And do you associate yourself?
I was on election night. I thought she was going to be declared the winner. I definitely had to eat my words.
Abraham Lincoln.
And it was by like 9 o'clock.
Far superior to
when we got like the early.
Now I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that,
the early numbers, it's like, oh, this isn't looking good. And I was saying it was feeling like 2016 all over again.
I don't compare myself to anybody. I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know, but I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, There's never been a first month like we've had. And this is.
I don't want to hear about your opening, Trump.
It's one of the most important things because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak, and I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents. Think of the whether they're in Russia or Ukraine. Think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would have, if I were president, this would have never started.
Mr. President, will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine?
Here, Michael.
The U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine.
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
President Zelensky, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side? That President Trump is on your side?
Allow me. I will show you the post on the Twitter.
What do you think?
He wants to.
It's getting a lot of traction, so I have a shit ton of notifications.
I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't.
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation.
So here we go.
I think
I actually shared this out when I saw it. This was the original meme.
I'm sure.
Left wing, we're gonna make sure everyone's needs are met. Right wing, we're gonna exterminate entire social groups because we believe they're impure. Centrists, I can't tell the two apart. It's basically taking a shot at liberals.
Our territory, they came to our land. They began this war.
So then this Tim dude, I saw it shared by Wick.
I think
that's how I came across it.
Really,
apparently he's pretty popular. Like, here, I fixed it.
Yes.
Liberal, Democrat, center, left.
To stop.
We're going to make sure everyone's needs are met. Right wing, we're going to exterminate entire social groups.
From our land.
Because we believe they're impure. Leftists, I can't tell you two apart.
I think that if president or when
have liberals ever proposed meeting everyone's needs? Fucking morons.
I think he will be.
203 likes.
We've had very
definitely not ratioing the fucker. But I am proud of it.
There'll be no compromises with.
See, the Obama and Biden administration both did things that improved the lives of millions of people. I don't disagree. They never proposed meeting everyone's needs. That's true.
You have to make President Zelensky. Is there anything?
This is literally you and the meme. It's not everyone. Do what?
For example, elections. Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises.
Yeah, you just said you didn't disagree that Obama and Biden had laws to improve the lives of millions. Yes, and they never proposed meeting everyone's needs.
That's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator.
When have leftists ever done anything to meet everyone's needs? We're actually the ones fighting for a living wage and universal health care.
Been very hostile. There's been a vicious.
I'm in a hostile environment, clearly.
You know, it's a very level battlefield.
Perhaps if liberals adopted those policies instead of campaigning with Dick Cheney, you wouldn't have Trump right now. Fucking moron.
Stopping those.
And then this dude telling me that the polls showed that Harris was too left wing. Their source was third way.
It's great farmland. It's great land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being and other things that are being shot.
And how did I help usher anything in? I lost viewers who thought I was too pro-Harris. You're just a dumbass.
I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't.
Dude said I was homeschooled, right? The question is, when have liberals not proposed this? And I'm like, huh?
You think ultimately your legacy will
insanity
be the thinker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got a question.
I hope it will. I mean, I hope I'm going to be.
Twitter is a weird place, but liberals.
This is
they're the worst.
I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice.
Lenny, welcome in.
I hope I'll be known.
We are awaiting the press conference. You made it just in time. It should happen any minute now.
Dangerous situation.
The Trump-Putin meeting has been going on for about an hour and a half at this point.
If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and we won it by a lot.
Media wins.
Every swing state, we won.
I guess it's better than having a 3-hour shit.
Millions of votes, we won everything. The districts, you look
what
at
mushroom soup sounds like to me right now.
Look at a map. This was a big mandate, and this was one of the things I said we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this would have This could have very well ended up in a third world war.
Yeah, I feel like we watched Home Improvement the other night for
What was your second question?
My second question for President
something.
Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest, why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Oh, here we go. It's coming off the rails.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting the dignity of this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something
like yours. Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know.
Yeah.
We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for.
I look good in the suit.
President Trump, you said yesterday that you have.
Are you going to send more arms to Ukraine in case there's no peace?
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine, yeah, sure. Hopefully I won't have to send very much because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward
Once again, C-SPAN
so we can
replaying the meeting in the Oval Office.
we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating.
I mean, it goes completely off the rails here momentarily.
Biden didn't do that. Biden didn't.
You haven't seen
what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But you know, sure, the answer is yes. But hopefully, we won't have to send much because.
Come on,
I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean you provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You know, you fall into the same trap like everybody else. A million times you say it over and over. I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably. You know, we have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back. When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Question? Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You hosted Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Well, I love this guy. Who are you with?
One American News, sir.
Well, that's why I like him. One American News does a great job. I like the question. I think it's a very good question. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus,
that's exactly why they went to Alaska. The C-SPAN announced like it was 3,000 blah 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 miles from Washington D.C. and 3,000 blah 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 miles from Moscow. So it was about halfway between the two.
Money to give to Hezbollah, they had no money to give to Hamas. They were stone cold broke, and then under Biden they became rich as hell. They went from
while Alaska's right next to Russia, like Moscow's all the way over on the other end.
A period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened, and that's a real mess also.
Light one up, dip one back.
But, no, I appreciate your question very much.
We're going to find out, John Andrew. That's why we're all on the edge of our seat to find out what the meeting was even about.
If I can answer, yes, if I can answer.
Those answers come with this press conference. It's going to take place any minute now.
I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other, but you know what? I think he's dressed.
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed beautiful.
So I have more serious things than answer on such questions. I will answer on more serious questions if I can. Yeah. So please, about security guarantees. And about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will not never work, because I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times he broken his own signature. 25 times he broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
No, you were the president. You were the president during.
He never broke to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you.
Oh, that's my air conditioner. The air conditioner's in that window. I should say her haunted curtains.
Format, you know, the France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia, and he broken 25 times. That's why we will never.
Should have went with it.
Accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough, because his soldiers afraid. Putin's
There's the air conditioner right there, and then there's just off camera right there. There's like a giant floor fan.
We can't defend our.
This is going back and forth.
Today, you know, he knows that we have all the world knows that we have meeting. Yes, why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows.
And then there's a ceiling fan up above me. Lots of fan, lots of air circulation for Justin.
To stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security. When we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop.
This is an old house. This could be 100 years old.
We will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance connection between the United States and the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial. This is important.
I can't tell because it's been remodeled a few different times.
This is very important.
But judging by all the houses around it, it's probably like 100 years old.
Air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop, and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us. You know, it's not about.
It's not as hot as it has been, but it's pretty hot today.
He thinks, and he shared these thoughts. I think maybe with your team also. I don't know, but with all the Europeans. In media,
I've had a few days in here, even with the air conditioner and the fan, just fucking pouring sweat. It's bad.
Like Ukrainians.
It feels very good in here right now.
He really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us. And you are right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents.
82 here.
It's very
82.
Good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
Mr. President, under these
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
They have to pay.
This question
This is the rule. This is the rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began, those pay. This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay.
We're seeing a little movement on the podium here.
He has to pay. Of course, some Russian.
All the journalists are not sitting down yet.
In Europe, about 300 billion. We can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not.
We don't know exactly when it started around.
Envision the trilateral summit with Putin and President Zelensky.
Wait 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because
The meeting started around like 3:45 or so.
Position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine, or on the Ukraine's.
No, I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing.
Oh, I wouldn't, Lenny. Here in the South, at least,
and
we still
badly about.
We still get heat waves all the way into like October and sometimes November now.
If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it.
October. When I was in Alabama, several Octobers were just miserable fucking hot.
U.S. troops in Europe after Russian invasion of Ukraine. Your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country.
Yeah.
Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. As you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too, but we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize, because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between, why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful, but we have put in far more than they have, and I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
yeah, please, go ahead.
Ask you about the agreement again today. What changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
what was the deal?
I'm just,
deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed. I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal, so that changed.
Mr. President, what and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and Putin?
I don't know, but it's, well, they don't like each other, I can tell you that. Okay? They do not like each other. This is not a love match, and it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen, okay? The United States, run by a man that didn't know much, I'm going to be very nice, run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
Mr. President? Sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, modern Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the, anyway will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the President. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending the line and they have real life and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the President said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR. You know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kyiv or Odessa, which is going to be at the river of the Black Sea?
It was my question.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. A lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No,
and a lot of things have
Mr. President, you have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive, and people work, and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes
closer to front line. Children have to go to underground schools or online, but we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers he lost everything. Yes. So.
Mr. President,
one more.
Please, go ahead.
When did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good, and I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do, is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess, because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on its behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco. And we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about that?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of theirs, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made at Munich, and I think is a very compelling one, that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday, and I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days, and we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the President's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country, and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Mr. President, on the deal, is there any other oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far.
It's been insane to listen to this whole thing.
But a little bit. I think it affects.
Zelensky is very well spoken.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase?
I see his appeal. He was a comedian before he was president.
No, we don't need that.
Mr. President, I just wanted to ask you about, you just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you...
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay. How was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am. I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest?
Well, we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about, so we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be...
Motherfuckers never studied anything.
The agreement will protect them.
US
the agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement. You know?
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in those spots?
I just told you I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why...
You know, they ought to focus on CNN on survival. not asking me these ridiculous questions. Focus on surviving, because CNN's got such low ratings. I don't think they're going to survive. Let's go. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Since I already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good.
We do?
Do you?
We are?
I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America. And for the good of the world, I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred.
Maynard was yelling at me for some
I can tell you the other side.
If you're just joining us, we are waiting for the press conference between Putin and Trump.
So
you're seeing the live shot in Anchorage to the right.
With the world.
This was the Oval Office meeting between Zelensky and Trump that took place in February. C-SPAN is showing.
You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough.
Light one up, tip one back.
You're going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending.
Let's see what you got. Time to put your money where your mouth is.
Words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
What's running down the wall?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Are you talking about the Christmas lights? Oh, you mean the pipe?
He occupied it.
I think that is gas pipe.
Parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So.
Yes, I have gas.
A lot of years. So I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama.
Once again, the house is like 100 years old.
President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless now.
That's not up to code.
But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just.
I'm assuming it's gas because it's right next to the.
You know what the contact?
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
the fireplace.
It's not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during.
But it's also not where my gas heater is, so possibly not gas. I don't know.
Well, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him. A lot of conversation.
I actually would like my computer to be up over against that wall on the TV where the fireplace used to be, but there is no electrical outlets over there.
Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire, all of them.
None, no outlets.
That he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the.
I know I have gas flow because I've used it multiple times.
What kind of diplomacy?
It gets very cold in here, but I have electric heaters for next year.
Kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President,
here it goes.
Respect. I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count one.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
have
And do you think that it's
I will
respectful
answer.
to come to the Oval Office
I
of the
will
United
answer.
States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't know
God
that.
bless. You
Don't-
will not have
gotta-
a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this.
you're doing.
I'm not
You're
dictating.
in no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
You
We're
will-
going to feel very
you will
good.
feel influenced.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad
very
position,
beginning
and
of
he
the
happens
war.
to be right about
From the
it.
very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good position.
I
You don't
was
have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
But right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what do you think
You're
about?
gambling with
What do you
World
think
War
about?
III. And
You-
what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
I'm
That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting, have
today.
you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's
Petty bitches.
save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country's
Can I-
in big
can I-
trouble.
can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a
answer?
lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this.
I,
You have a damn
we-
good chance of
we are
coming out
staying-
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
allowed.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
allowed.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
Yes. What about West
If
Africa?
you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I
Again,
tell
you
you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of
except
times
that
thank
there,
you
except
to
that,
American people.
except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people.
I forgot how wild this was.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I want this ceasefire. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're
I
saying
said-
you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what-
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
with
a
you.
guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your-
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry, here.
It's going to be a tough deal to make,
Um,
because the attitudes have to change.
what if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you
but
saying?
what if
She's asking, what if Russia
Putin
breaks the
breaks
ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. Phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war.
Dr. Do.
He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia.
It was.
51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened.
Eat more Bush.
With me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right, we'll see what we can do about putting it together. Thank you. Guys, come on, let's go. We'll see, I don't know. All right, guys, come on. Wait, hey, come on. Guys, come on.
Am I at least a cute narcissist, Byronic? Instead of an ugly narcissist.
Thank you.
This is a live shot.
And you're seeing live pictures from Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson. It's just north of Anchorage, Alaska. It is the site.
I at least have some narcissistic tendencies for sure.
President Vladimir Putin of Russia. That state.
You have to kind of be.
That's where we're expecting
in a position to host a show to be in.
Between the two gentlemen and the gathered press and world media. We don't know exactly when that's going to take place. There's
broadcasting,
room,
performance art.
Here's the latest of what's happening in the room where it's happening. The discussions between the two presidents. White House.
You've never been in a relationship with me, Mr. Elwood.
With this ex-post just about 10 minutes ago, 5:25 p.m. That's Eastern time. The president, Secretary of State Marco Rubio,
this is about 15 minutes ago.
Envoy are still meeting behind closed doors with President Putin and the Russian delegation. It includes...
No, I'm like a pleasure dome. We went over this last night, Mr. Sprunk. Good afternoon.
Yushakov as well. It's a 3-on-3 meeting, and that's still underway. They've been behind closed doors for some 2 hours now, and we will take you...
I realize that, Byronic, but also, like, I've seen all the...
And give you updates.
I wasn't diagnosed with bipolar, but I've seen all the symptoms, and I certainly...
About the meeting, plenty of discussion, especially in...
I get off on seeing other people get off.
Headlines from the left and the right of how this meeting...
I don't know that I'm a dom.
...is being described. First, it's the Huffington
I'm a dominant personality.
Picture of the meeting on the tarmac. They meet.
Service top.
Vlad plays Don like a fiddle.
Yes, service top.
Headline, and they offer some of the latest updates. Also,
I don't mind a pillow princess.
The Daily Beast. Their headline: Trump applauds Putin. They're on the tarmac and gives the pariah a ride in the Beast. VIP treatment is their headline. And then from
I was talking about it was so hard for me to find like the perfect kind of porn I like. That's why OnlyFans has been a bitch for me.
Begins. World praise for peace. That's the main headline. One of the side headlines.
Like real amateur women that are really into having sex with like strangers and multiple
one other
people.
Website for you. It's the American Conservative.
The American Conservative.
Alaska. Trump hopes to solve MAGA's
and that's what, like
dilemma.
A lot of the things that I'm into are like
just a few of the headlines from the political
more BDSM, but I don't like people being slapped around and degraded and shit.
Out this afternoon by Jennifer Wistrand, a Russia-Ukraine analyst. She's been
I want to lovingly piss on people.
What's going on
and see them get fucked by 20 guys.
They mean we'll find out when that meeting ends. But here's one more headline to show you, Jennifer Wistrand, to bounce this off you. It's
lovingly.
He poses in the Wall Street Journal, his column today.
You live in sexual anarchy.
Putin doesn't agree to a Ukraine ceasefire. The story, the lead of the story, says the possible results range from a diplomatic breakthrough to a major breakdown. Either, he writes, strengthening Trump's deal-making legacy or turning into one of the biggest embarrassments.
I'm just telling you, like, the porn.
It's that
you're into, like, group porn, and it's hard to find one where it's like, you know, everybody getting like bisexual and making love to everyone. It's more slapping asses and, oh, you dirty slut, take it.
Going to be concretely discussed what the objectives were. Again, ostensibly it's about achieving.
Oh, absolutely, Flo.
Ukraine, but how is that peace going to be achieved? Is it by interim?
Oh, I'd totally be one of the 20 guys. I'd be in the porn. I'm not opposed to like.
So since
I thought about it last night. Like I have an OnlyFans, but I don't have like I'm not selling content on OnlyFans.
Right, because it can be played any number of ways. So.
I was like, maybe I should.
Surely there are scenarios we can see that would be a true loss for the United States, or
I didn't say we couldn't be in a relationship, Mr. Elwood.
This summit that's happening at Joint Base Elmendorf Richardson, again, it's just north of Anchorage, Alaska, Alaska's largest city. It is the site of today's summit. Alaska, though, we should note for history buffs, has been the site of several.
Bonnie Blue is like the Mr. Beast of porn content.
It was President Nixon who met Japanese.
Well, like is your wife open or your? I'm sorry, your partner. I don't know that you have a wife. I don't know that they have a certain gender. But are they open? Because I'm open.
Parts in Alaska.
And no matter what part of the spectrum they fall on, I'm probably open to it.
Happening today.
Justin be freaking indeed.
Just the latest, Alaska being a key location.
I'm not going to choke anybody. Like, I'll put my hand around your neck and squeeze a little, but like, I ain't choking nobody.
What was Vladimir Putin's relationship like, if there was any, during the Biden administration?
I ain't gonna hurt nobody because like it's not my thing. And the one time I tried to like
that relationship and
be dominating to a partner of mine, but a girlfriend. Apparently I got like real psychological about it and scared the shit out of her.
Biden took a much more cautious approach to President Putin. And
oh, okay. Well, fair enough, Mr. Elwood.
Did not engage him the way that President Trump is choosing to do. They're also during that.
So when I saw Pussifer in Nashville in like 2016. Oh yeah, it was right before the election.
Biden's son, Hunter Biden.
Obama was still president. I met up with one of my teachers from when I was
raising that issue
at a Christian school.
Zelensky, once he's empowered, and so again, kind of a murky.
He was like really young. He was just like out of college when he was my teacher, and I was in 8th grade.
President Biden.
So I met up with him for dinner and like caught up while I was in Nashville.
As President Trump, as I think one.
And he's got a really hot husband.
Much rather directly engage with people, and that is the approach.
Like black dude, dread, like older black dude with dreads, got a little gray in the like fucking hot.
Inviting them to the U.S. or meeting them.
And like before every teacher, not a bad looking guy himself.
I should say even before the invasion.
And I had dinner and shit with him, and then I went to the concert and I did Molly at the concert.
Gains in
after the concert, I messaged him like, "Hey, are you and your dude open?"
And how U.S. presidents reacted
because I was on Molly.
To Russian efforts to expand their.
He didn't. They must have like went to bed early.
Yeah, President.
He got back to me the next day. It was kind of like
wanted Russia to make.
I can't believe he sent that to me. But then like a week later was like, hey, Joe was it? I've talked about it with Joe. I was like, oh no fucking way.
Security, and again, bringing up history as we've done a number of times, the reason why you would have people of Russian ethnicity outside of Russia proper goes back, well, it really goes back to the Russian Empire period, but then very much with the Soviet Union when you had Russians from what would have been the Russian Republic that were sent out to work, let's say, in the other 14 republics. And when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, some of those people were caught outside the boundaries of Russia. And some went back to Russia, others, stayed in Uzbekistan or in Georgia or in other.
Anyway, Trump and Putin.
Putin has been able to very successfully use this as a reason for, to justify why should Russia care.
Boner kill material.
Why should they care? Well,
You're ready to come out for a press conference in any minute.
Outside the bounds of Russia. But
the meeting's been going on for about an hour and 45 minutes now. Now, the last time they met, it was 50 minutes, but it was just Putin and Trump.
Ukraine as well, especially we've talked about those 4 provinces in the southeast.
The Secretary of State is with Trump, and the Russian equivalent of the Secretary of State, and then I believe the finance minister
The concern is, again, if some type of settlement is made whereby
Trump being flanked by Rubio and Witkoff.
That it currently occupies.
They're also supposed to have they're supposed to open it up. The initial meeting is supposed to be 3-on-3.
Is Russia going to come in here next? There's plenty of other Kazakhstan.
And then it's supposed to open up and include another 5 people on each side.
Really concerned. And again, you mentioned Georgia,
which was Hegseth, Susie Wiles,
occupied by Russia.
And a couple other people on Trump's side.
In his mind, is it anybody that was living inside the bounds of the Soviet Union when the Soviet Union collapsed?
Yeah, it's a very tricky thing to disentangle, right? Because is it the fact that you speak Russian? Because there would be plenty of people who spoke Russian but wouldn't have been ethnic Russian. Exactly. Or is it that you somehow have a parent that had, again, the Soviet passport system would have listed, your ethnicity, nationality, all this. Is that how you're claiming it? So it's a very tricky thing to claim. What do you mean by someone who is Russian? Is it someone who studied in Russia? They went up to Moscow and they got their degree there and they went back. So, I think where Vladimir Putin is going to say it's someone who's, came from the Russian Republic as we understand it during the Soviet period, ended up outside of it, could trace their roots back there as a Russian speaker, has Russian descent. But it's a slippery slope, right? Where do you draw the line? As you stated, any number of countries could say, but we have nationals elsewhere.
U.S.-Russia relations after this war ends, however it ends, what should we be watching for? What's your expectation?
It's difficult to know because I think we still have to wonder when is this war going to end, right? And again, getting back to where you brought up about how Russia has operated in a lot of the other former Soviet republics, I don't think we know yet when the war will end. I think the best hope for the immediate term in this conflict, well, obviously, ideally,
I don't think it's ending anytime soon.
I think realistically that's not going to take place. So we're looking at a ceasefire. We're looking at, presumably, and that's in the history with Russia, as we've pointed out, it's still engaging in action.
It either ends when
while it's at a summit.
Putin achieves his goal of reunifying the Soviet Union.
Specific cities that are being hit and targeted.
Or when he thinks it's politically expedient that he has extracted enough concession out of the West.
A ceasefire, but attacks are happening today.
Right. So the idea...
More like satiate his urges.
Put in place and
satiate his urges in the short term.
Conflict. It doesn't. Therefore, we're looking at,
Russia keeps the territory it's conquered.
Relaunching of hostilities, and then another ceasefire, relaunching of hostilities.
Putin has also asked for the United States to remove sanctions.
Peace document being drafted.
That's apparently a huge sticking point for Putin.
To look at what our U.S.
War Machine, welcome in.
The war ends, I think we still don't have a sense of when the war is going to end.
The McCain Institute, it was last week that they held a discussion on U.S.-Russia relations after the war. We aired it on C-SPAN. As we continue to wait here for the principals to come out, President Trump and President Putin, as discussions are still happening in the room where it's happening. We want to take our viewers to that event at the McCain Institute. This is just about...
Whoa, what in the fuck are you talking about, Libertad?
From the summit. We will
probably still on the kink.
And let you know. But I want to show you that discussion.
I tried to flip back into politics mode. I love you guys. Next week, I'm going to try to do a rundown. We've had a lot of shakers and movers in terms of upcoming elections. We've had a lot of announcements Several Senate seats are going to be open because people are running for other offices or retiring. I'm going to try to give you a rundown. I haven't really talked about candidates
My
and
name
shit.
is Evelyn Farkas. For those
We're going to do an episode where we only focus on
McCain Institute. We are bursting
upcoming
with pride
elections
today to unveil the
candidate
McCain
announcement
Institute
shits
Task
like
Force
that.
on Russia. We commissioned Dan Twining, the president of
This is the
IRI,
McCain
who is also here
Institute.
and will also be leading the panel discussion in a few moments, to lead this task force. It is a truly impressive task force. You can see some of the members here comprising the panel. These are experts on Russia. They're conservative experts. They found a conservative consensus on Russia beyond the war in Ukraine. So while, of course,
Who gives a shit what the conservative
today,
consensus
we must
is?
think about what happens in the future, whether there's a war in Ukraine or not. Russia will remain our adversary. So we are very proud of this task force and the recommendations that came out of the task force. I want to thank not only Dan Twining, but Alexis Mrachik, who led the effort along with...
Well, welcome back, Warlord. We are preparing for the... any minute now, we're going to find out, Warlord. But I've been saying that for about a half hour.
Deeply honored that
they've got Mitch McConnell.
Is
he going to have a glitch?
Senator McConnell needs no introduction, but I will give him one.
No, he didn't. I knew who he was.
Conscience
right off the bat.
Foreign policy. He is the leading speaker for a strong, activist foreign.
This is Evelyn Farkas.
Not only on Ukraine, but across
the name says it all.
The senator understands what it means to stand by our allies, to stand by our convictions, to stand for this world order.
I like buttholes. I like that I live in a time when I can pretty much pay to see anybody's butthole.
History of the United States.
Kind of cool.
Senator, I can go on and speak more about you, but mostly I would like to turn the floor over so that we can hear from you. Thank you so much.
But yeah, I think I might start selling content on OnlyFans, because why the fuck not? Be real cheap. You can pay like $3 to watch me jack off.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to town.
Who gives it? It's JustinFREAKIN if it's the brand.
Reminded that I have a program at the University of Louisville where I went undergraduate, and we had a particular event, and I was trying to decide who would be the best one to come if I could get him to do it. John McCain. And he came. He spent a good deal of time with the students.
Put up a video of me fucking a girl, fucking a guy.
We had
cover all the bases.
Occasional differences.
Oh, he's absolutely not looking well. This was about 2 weeks ago.
Just together today, we were
John McCain. Minty, welcome in.
And before I start my prepared remarks, let me just make a couple of observations. The launching of tariff wars is not brand new. That happened in the 30s.
Well, I'm from Kentucky, so yes,
first.
John, yes. I've met Mitch McConnell on several occasions.
That happened in the 30s as well. And so the question is, how do you best avoid...
He is, yeah, Humana. We're on the money, War Machine. The executives at Humana love this dude.
To know that at the height of World War II, 37% of our GDP was spent on defense.
He is not particularly one of the more apt politicians that I've met.
In Vietnam, 9%. The Reagan...
Because I've talked about it before, like when you meet like a really good politician, like they make you feel like you're the only person in the room. Like you'll meet them like one time, and then 2 years later, they'll see you, they'll ask you about your family, how they'll remember your kid's name and shit. It's fucking wild.
For 4 years.
It is fuck, but Mitch McConnell's not like that.
So, one of my...
Like he's charming, but he was nowhere near like the most skilled politician I've met.
Exit is to do everything I can.
Oh, I did, Byronic.
Try to convince this administration
I was
the Reagan approach.
a leftist then and didn't have the words for it. I didn't know leftist. I didn't know the terminology that I was. You know, I definitely knew I was.
And so,
further over than the Democrats. That's for sure.
Not only at the Defense Department, but at the White House.
Boy, does he take care of his family.
We ought to do less, not more. I think just the opposite is the case. And
I fell asleep during the Mitch McConnell speech.
Continues to move in the direction he has the last couple of weeks. I thought.
But I had been at the Brickyard 400 all weekend doing biker crank.
And I think the president learned a lot about how Vladimir Putin is sorry.
So there was a good reason for me to fall asleep. And also, he's boring as fuck.
I haven't given up hope that this administration will become.
But I was in the front fucking row.
The one that was in power when I came here many years ago.
But I can imagine there were other people like, same.
More appropriate home for the task force important work than the McCain Institute. Or a more fitting ringleader than a proud McCain alumnus like Dan Twining.
Possibly because you've heard the story before about Ronick? Maybe not. Who knows?
The greatest political catastrophe of the 20th century.
Thought I was talking to Curiouser about it. I was just like,
John McCain understood.
I would never leave the house. I'm
and urge our colleagues
like a real homebody, but yet I have done so many crazy things in my life.
In the not so distant past,
I'm the busiest person that has no responsibility.
Threatened America's interests. At one point, could invite public scorn.
Yes, John. Yes, he's incredibly. And this was 20 years ago.
I admired about Madeleine Albright.
And he was still fucking boring.
During
this is at his political prime.
When he said the Russians were our number one adversaries.
He's way over the hill now.
She apologized to Romney before she passed away. Romney was right. Like the sort of sanctimonious condemnation.
I never knew there was a Mitt Romney documentary that's on like Netflix about him losing the race in 2012.
Obama.
I've been trying to download it. It's called Mitt.
Time debate that they had. As if Romney somehow didn't know what was going on. We heard that Putin would moderate, that his ambitions were limited, and that anyone who suggested otherwise was a dusty, Cold War past his prime.
He glitched out.
Out of touch with reality. Well, it's nice to be with people who I suspect, for the most part, feel about this pretty much the way I do.
He glitched out.
The importance of grappling with Russia's behavior and motivations can't be laughed away any longer. The wake-up call is perhaps the most tired phrase of the past 3 years. And yet that's exactly what Putin's escalation in 2022 was. An urgent, overdue, uncomfortable, and undeniable alarm. I was there 2 months after the invasion. Many of us have gone over the years. These are the same Russians. My dad, who fought in World War II, first ran into in Pilsen in the Czech Republic, which is where the war ended, May 8, 1945. I have letters at home that my dad wrote my mother during that period, which he said, I think the Russians are going to be a big problem. He was just a regular foot soldier. This is not somebody who had any particular insight other than the...
What is he even babbling about? I cannot pay attention to it.
Czechs. wanted to end up on the right
I'm
side.
sorry. Let me see if there's a police chase going on that we can occupy our time with
All this is a
before
reminder that
Putin
reality
and Trump.
Politics don't care.
Yo, they are still meeting. They are still in their meeting right now. The meeting has been going on.
Or what rather spend our treasury on. The bravery of Ukraine.
About 2.5 hours at this point.
And the suffering of its civilians press us to remember that our enemies actually get a vote. There are
Probably like at 2 hours.
Managed to free itself from the
2:15.
that hegemonic aggressors can be appeased. Reports from our European allies rebuilding their military strength are not exaggerated. That's extremely important. Nearly all NATO members today are striving toward the Baltics example of investment and readiness, and those who are not should hear from all the rest of us.
We've apparently got a manhunt in Maine. We might take that.
Is to stamp out dependency on Russian energy. They're placing enormous investments in cutting-edge American-made weapons, and they're proving willing to break domestic political China, even changing a constitution or two to unlock deeper and more sustained commitments to collective defense. Good example of that is Germany. Just totally different now. Completely different approach than they've had since World War II. So this transformation is real. It's underway, and it's essential to securing America's interests in the coming decades. What about here at home? As friends of Ukraine, we may be tempted to dwell on the ways we drag behind this process and overlook the ways.
Yeah, let's flip over and watch Manhunt for a little bit because Mitch McConnell is too goddamn boring to partake upon. This is WMTW out of Maine. This is ABC 8.
Where Kate has been, she's been keeping an eye on traffic. And Bonnie, I know where you are, you've also seen authorities coming through, law enforcement actively going through that intersection.
We have an active shooting situation going on in Maine, in the town of Windham.
I've moved to Raymond, right about where that Dunkin' Donuts is that you guys.
The people that are in the Rotary clubs in small towns in Kentucky voted for Mitch McConnell.
We can see a police cruiser down that way. We also, though,
not the Dunkin' Donuts.
Expanded presence, I would say. There are cars at the Dunkin'. I haven't gotten eyes on the.
Oh, of course there are police cars at the Dunkin'.
Look over to the building next to it. That's kind of where more.
You didn't have to tell us that.
Right now, you've got guards in their gear. We've got dogs sniffing the area. We have a mobile command center. So a lot of investigating and kind of as you were saying, the investigation itself, the scene has expanded.
Oh, this poor girl.
Has been. They're not just looking in the intersection that Kate was at.
She is fresh out of college.
At the Dunkin', trying to get as much information.
She probably has very little time behind the camera.
So far, we don't know much about the suspect at this point. As you guys.
And these are the most eyes she's ever had on her.
Vigilant right now and stay safe because that shelter in place is still in effect. I'll keep you posted with more updates as I get them. Back to you guys.
And Bonnie, before we let you go, one question.
She did a good job.
Said that this couldn't have happened at a worse time.
She is nervous as fuck.
A Friday during the summer tourist season, lots of folks coming and going. Bonnie, I know it's calm there now, but you've been there for a while. What was it like when this was really at the height of the search and the investigation?
Scott, I would say it was very hectic. Stop and go traffic, even for us as a news crew trying to get in onto the scene. Stop and go, and also ebbing and flowing as the night has progressed. I saw moments where lots of aggravation and lots of traffic going on and confusion, and then other moments where everything was flowing fine. But yeah, it is a Friday evening. It's summertime. We've got tourists in Windham. We have Mainers trying to go home from work.
Maynards.
So a lot of circumstances involved in this situation that have made traffic very difficult tonight.
This is in Raymond. Apparently, the shooter's car was found abandoned in that area.
She just mentioned she's really kind of seen the ebbs and flows, not only of the traffic, but the search, as we still don't really know specifically where they are looking. But again, if you are in the North Windham, Raymond area right now.
No, it's not. It's not that they, like, all their reporters are going to be newbies.
A 4 square mile radius.
This is a
that area in
small TV station. It's probably, it may not even be in the top 100 markets.
And to give you a more
so that's why it's where somebody's going to start off and cut their teeth.
From Route 85 in Wyndham to White's Bridge Road.
Because I worked at like a top 80 market.
Side streets. It's a pretty large area there.
And as I was told,
square mile swath.
You either work there on your way up or on your way down.
Couldn't come at a worse time with the summer.
So a lot of our reporters are like fresh out of college.
302 closed a shelter in place north of that area, but difficult to navigate around no matter where you're going there, trying to get to Sebago Lake or any of those many businesses. As we know, crews
a couple of people working with have made it really big.
Motorcycle from the scene, but again, really just creating a lot of difficulties on a Friday evening.
Yeah, not only the volume of people, the volume of traffic, but he mentioned just the terrain in that area. There's a lot of wooded area that somebody could easily go in and hide. But the
I got one of the sports reporters I work with
to go into those areas and quickly
is like a Raiders Network reporter or something now.
An eye on anything that could be suspicious. But
she
again,
she like the sport, like she was like the third.
This gunman is still on
maybe second
name for you right now.
Maybe third reporter on the sports beat at the TV station I worked at 10 years ago.
Are going to give us an update on the search.
Yeah, it's been a very busy news night. We have
now she covers the Raiders.
I wonder if it's time. Can we talk? Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the situation developing at Long Creek. More breaking news. South Portland, 3 teens escaping from Long Creek Youth Development Center. Main State Police, U.S. Marshals saying they're actively searching for 2 17-year-olds and a 14-year-old. Their names not released, but officials have determined how they escaped. They did not.
They got multiple manhunts going on.
More, but as of right now, the search continues for those 3 individuals as well.
And that was just about 12.
What's going on in Maine?
12:30 this afternoon. So that search has been going on for quite a bit here. So we're hoping to get more updates on that. One thing we've talked about, though, John, not the first time that inmates have escaped from Long Creek Youth Development Center.
No, we remember just last month a 14-year-old also escaped through a window there at Long Creek Youth Development Center. In fact, I was going through some of our records.
We're still waiting for Trump and Putin.
Long Creek Youth Development
Their
Center,
press conference to take place any moment.
So as that situation is playing out, also monitoring the shooting investigation.
This is live WMTW out of Maine.
Total coverage here at 6, so we'll continue when we come right back.
So we will, I guess, go back to Mitch McConnell momentarily.
Because as we speak,
you see the live shot in Anchorage. We are waiting for
nations that are
Putin and Trump to take the podiums. People are filing in now. We're getting some.
Do not stumble westward.
We're getting some movement, so perhaps we're getting close to the press conference.
They go out of symbolic solidarity with Ukraine. They did it because they
might have told the reporters, "Hey, probably about 15 minutes. Start filing in."
More. So the task force is right to take the long view and grapple seriously with what comes next.
We go back to the manhunt in Maine.
What comes next for the Transatlantic Alliance?
When they're done with their commercial break.
What comes next for the increasingly aligned authoritarians working to undermine U.S. interests and influence? What comes next?
Those jowls.
And our ability to defend these interests and preserve this influence. As you put it, our deterrence is not divisible. And I would add, this is because our credibility is not divisible. No U.S. ally in the
this is one of the most consequential politicians in American history.
Of deterrence in
and I think he kind of flies under the radar. And the fact that MAGA hates him is wild, because the MAGA movement couldn't have happened without Mitch McConnell.
Crystal clear connection between Russian aggression and
Grizzly Man,
North Korea, and Iran.
I think we're getting close, Warlord. Maybe another 15 minutes.
Decisions still ripple.
You can see there's a lot of activity in the press room
with equal speed. And a headline that reads, "Russia wins, America loses," will read as clearly in Beijing, Tehran, Pyongyang as it does right here in Washington. Avoiding that outcome will take more work from all of us. Thank you for what you're doing.
Ironics meme. Society if Mitch McConnell's mother had gone through with that abortion.
Thank you, Senator McConnell. We're very grateful for your leadership and the moral clarity and the steeliness of your vision, which so many of us subscribe to. I'm Dan Twining, I'm president of the International Republican Institute. I was the task force coordinator.
I can't imagine that Mitch McConnell's vision is very good.
With you, and we're very grateful to the McCain Institute for hosting.
I can't believe he actually did glitch out on us.
The panelists, when we sit down.
T-minus.
Which we're just about to do here.
Can we be shocked by anything? We just watched the Helsinki press conference. We watched the press conference they held with Zelensky in the White House. Can we be shocked by anything at this point?
And this project initiated.
You shouldn't say Oriental anymore. Going back live.
Though was apprehended within a couple of hours, but last year 2 teenagers
This is in Maine.
A picnic table.
They've got 2 different manhunts going. Well, one is a kid hunt, the other is a manhunt.
Behind me, they were caught 4 days later. Now the commissioner has.
They got 3 teenagers on the run. They also have a
Randy Liberty.
I don't know if it's a mass shooter.
A comprehensive review of the facility security, the infrastructure, the management practices to make adjustments if necessary to prevent any future incidents. But again,
shelter-in-place order happened about 2 hours ago
at the Long Creek Youth Development Center. So the headline right now is 3 teens, 2 17-year-olds, and a 14-year-old are still on the loose. If you see them, call 911.
The shooting occurred around 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
All right, Jim with the breaking news there from South Portland. And again, this incident, the third in recent years, 9 juveniles escaping from Long Creek. You heard Jim mention the Commissioner of Public Safety, Randy Liberty, doing a thorough investigation. But at this point, we know the facility.
There is a gunman on the loose, but I have no information on what kind of victims.
Escape juveniles there at Long Creek Youth Detention Center. The other big piece of developing news we're getting tonight, 302 just opening up the other scene involving the shooting on 302. 302 looking a bit different. Cars now looking to be moving along 302. Still not the regular flow of traffic that we have often.
Beautiful area.
See, vehicles do appear to have.
Too bad it's
although I would
littered
say the road
with
does not
McDonald's
appear to
and
be
Burger
fully
King.
open yet at this point. The motorcycle that was there, kind of the key of this investigation, has been moved, but we're not seeing the heavy traffic flow that you would see there on a Friday evening on 302 as the road is just starting to open back up.
Yeah, law enforcement clearly moving from here, so their search for the gunman again now moving a little bit north. We have seen and heard from our crews that law enforcement have continued to move toward the Raymond line. We know that is where the suspect was last seen, but if you are
they
just
ditched the car. Yeah, all of the reporters have filed into the press room now, so we're probably getting close to the
at 7:30 tonight.
press conference
at the Central Fire Station in Windham. That's where our Jacob Murphy is. And Jacob, you've seen where law enforcement have had these staging areas. What have you been able to learn within the past hour here?
Yeah, well, Kathleen, we just learned that they're going to be having a press conference at 7:30 tonight here at North Windham Fire Station. And just to give you a sense of where this is all happening, we're at Route 302. We're looking at that right now. And down this way is where Kate, who's been showing us a lot of the scene near McDonald's down there, that's about like a few blocks away. There's the intersection where a lot of traffic was building up but is now being diverted. As you guys mentioned, it cleared up a little bit. So we're expecting to get more information from police now. We did hear from Sheriff Joyce a little over an hour ago.
Well, it was like a road rage
He gave us a
incident.
sense of the scale of this operation.
It does not seem to be a mass
Driving
shooting.
through North Windham to get here, we saw police cruisers, you know, at different areas.
Was it the one you were bragging about having for
Looking out
months?
their windows and thinking, you know, what's going on, and they're looking for answers.
That's what you. That's the.
Really don't
That's
have
the
a lot of
universe
answers.
fucking with you. That's the karma.
Description of the suspect at this time. We
It's
don't
like
know
I made
if
fun
there
of
was anyone else
Curious's
involved,
orthopedic
how many people were
flip-flops,
involved,
and
of
then
course,
couldn't
we did hear some
stand
witness testimony
at the
earlier as
goddamn
well.
concert.
Bringing to light some things. We know it happened at an intersection, and a lot of things were happening fast. So that's what we're hoping to get more information about tonight. Again, that's at 7:30 at the North Windham Fire Station, where we're going to be having a press briefing. We're expecting to learn more about how this search is going. We've been seeing kind of it moving more north toward Raymond, as you guys mentioned, but
Raymond.
more of that confirmed by police later on
Sparkle's
tonight.
kid,
But,
Raymond.
back to you guys.
Okay, Jacob, thank you. So 6:15, that emergency alert went out right around 4:15, so about 2 hours
The
now,
shooting
that shelter-in-place
happened about
order
2.
has been out. That went out saying it was from Windham Police. If we have it, we'd love to bring it up to show folks watching. It said a gun.
From what I can gather, just by the circumstantial details,
doors, locked doors.
seemed like maybe a road rage
suspicious
incident.
behavior to call 911, and that was also the message that we heard from Sheriff Joyce.
No reports of injuries or
He really
fatalities.
wanted to point out that in situations like this, it's just
active
some
shooter.
small piece of information coming from somebody in their neighborhood seeing something that doesn't look right.
This is where the shooting occurred. This is where they found
Called 911.
the
This is just a map to show you the area where that shelter in place is in effect. And
shooter's
point out
car
the
abandoned.
Wyndham town line, because that is the last time that the suspect was seen. And then about an hour after we learned that, we did find that the suspect's car was found in Raymond at a Dunkin'. Authorities have been
At
able
a
to
Dunkin'
confirm that. It's really
Donuts.
the only piece of information we've gotten that's concrete on this from authorities within the last 2 hours.
And we'll stay with this because this is a big deal here, this stay-in-place order in effect. And you may be wondering, because this doesn't happen very often, of course. I can't remember the last time we had one of these FEMA alerts that was sent. But these are the steps that you are to do according to FEMA if you are in that perimeter area that we showed. Immediately go inside, lock all windows and doors, bring those pets inside too, and go to a room in the
Bring your
center
pets
of your
inside.
home. And only call 911 if you do have an emergency. Police say okay to call if you do have an update on the situation. But as Sheriff Kevin Joyce was saying here in Cumberland County, it really is those small tips that could help them find the person they're looking for, the gunman they say responsible for that shooting on Route 302. And he said something just as simple as maybe somebody that you don't recognize in your neighborhood, somebody you've never seen there before. Or he said a lot of times a gunman may try to leave in a taxi or an Uber or a situation, a mode of transportation like that.
Mm-hmm. And again, we don't know who this person is that they are searching for, and we don't know the person who is dead this afternoon. What we know is that they are searching.
Oh, so we do have a fatality.
Was found in the road in 302. We had a chance to talk to a woman. Who
Oh, Warlord, the press is filed in. It is getting ready to start. This press conference is going to start any minute.
We have not been able
The
to.
meeting was supposed to go from like just the meeting with the three
saying this was a very
principals from each government to a more open meeting that was also a lunch.
And today she witnessed a
So it was probably far more
at least
informal,
2 people
and that
involved
lunch
here.
has been
Kate
going
McCusker was
on.
quick to get on the scene.
And we're getting ready to get the press
Kate,
conference.
we know
'cause it is
they were able to clear
2
away
p.m.
pieces of
local
evidence.
time in
302
Alaska.
Is back open, but of course not many people there.
20
Not many people
p.m.
found other roads
Eastern
to go on.
time.
So can you give us an update where you are?
Yeah, Kathleen, they have
4:20 in
as you can see, there are cars going down the road.
Mountain Time. Light one up, tip one back.
Was where the crime scene was when I first arrived here around 2:30 this afternoon. That was where, in the middle of the road, was where I saw a body in a body bag. There were police cars and fire trucks blocking this road from about Landing Road to.
So we do have a confirmed fatality.
Down by the TD Bank in the middle of the Burger King and the McDonald's here. That was closed off for a while. The Maine State Police, their evidence response team came about an hour ago, and
this is live in
the
Maine.
middle of the road looking at the crime scene. They had a yellow crime marker. There was police tape all around this area, and they were
Windham,
specifically looking
Maine.
at this blue motorcycle that had been in the road right next to the
I would assume we are just
first got here,
moments
and that was
away
just
from
taken
the
away
press
by
conference.
police, about a half hour ago, and just now
All the
opened up
seats are
Route 302.
filled.
But it was very active a couple hours ago, but most of the police cruisers began going north on Route 302 towards Raymond. That's
There are
where
people
Bonnie
testing out the
Bishop is
mics
now.
on both the
Again,
presidents.
they've opened up the road
podiums.
here, and the scene has since cleared. Live in Wyndham, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, certainly a lot happening this Friday evening. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back. Stay with us.
So we're going to cut from the local station in Maine where we were watching Barry Windham, one of the horsemen. We're going to cut from the local station in Maine over to back to C-SPAN.
My former boss, Senator Kelly, was an IRI board member. I'm a big fan
You're
of
still
IRI.
showing
One of
the
great privileges of my life.
McCain
Serving as their national
Institute
supervisor was to be able to interact a little bit with Senator
Russian relations panel.
A hero, a man of character.
See, as you see, all the reporters have taken their
so great
seats.
to be here. And
You see, is that Major Garrett?
Yeah, the bipartisan.
No, that's what's his name from ABC, isn't it?
National Defense Strategy Commission issued a
He has the
report
weird
last night.
eyes.
If you haven't read
I
it,
forget what his
put
name
Put
is.
it on your weekend reading.
You guys know who I'm talking
And you'll
about,
notice that
right?
the first paragraph
That's
to
him
start with. And,
doing a
this is
stand-up.
Partisan hacks.
Or it could be Mitt Romney.
National security people. They say essentially in the beginning that we're confronting the most dangerous geostrategic environment we've seen as a country since 1945.
So I am assuming this press conference is going to get underway.
Unprepared. That's my paraphrase of their introductory sentence. How's that for a lapel grabber? So if you buy that,
I have so much news for you guys on Sunday. We might have to do a Sunday super show.
threatening than anything we saw from the Soviet Union.
I got so much
If you
shit.
buy that, and then you consider this cooperation that we're seeing between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. I'm leading a year-long effort at FDD where we're looking at cooperation among China, Russia, Iran, North Korea across multiple
Anonymously, welcome in.
political, economic, and financial, cyber, and technology. Just in the military domain across 5 categories: weapons development, weapons proliferation, intel sharing, mill-to-mill diplomacy, and military exercises. We've documented more than 490 instances of cooperation between China, Russia, Iran, North Korea that's making each of them
If I come on for wrestling tomorrow, we're going to do Best of Dusty Rhodes.
more capable, more capacity, more resilience, and more
The American Dream.
are more formidable on their own, and together they present real dilemmas that I
The
think
father of the new WWE heavyweight champion, Cody Rhodes. Here we go. You're just joining us.
Live at Joint Base Elmendorf, Richardson, and Anchorage.
Oh, that wasn't the dude from ABC like I thought it
Some
was.
expectation here that the joint press conference between President Vladimir Putin of Russia and President Donald Trump could begin at any moment. The reporters are in the room. If that in fact happens, the meeting, the one-on-one meeting between the two presidents will have lasted a little less than 3 hours. They went in to their meeting with 2 of their top aides at about 3:40 p.m. Eastern, and it's now about 6:25 p.m. Eastern. Here's a tweet from Max Seddon of the Financial Times, the Moscow bureau chief, saying that reporters have been let into the ballroom for the Trump and Putin press conference, but so far no word that the second session with the expanded delegations has even begun. So
I figured that had been going on already.
What happens here, and as we do, we'll take your phone calls asking what your
phone calls, yes,
from Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin when they do come out, as we expect they will for this joint press conference. 202-748-8920 for Republicans to call in. Democrats, it's 202-748-8921. Independents, 202-748-8922.
I'd call, but I don't really have anything to say on the subject. Should I call in and talk about my GOP mommy?
202-748-8903. Go ahead and start dialing in now. And as she has throughout this afternoon, joining us is Jennifer Wistrand, a Ukraine-Russia analyst. And want to get your opinion first, if in fact this is going to happen in the next couple minutes here, this joint press conference. What we can read from the timing, less than 3 hours of discussion. From what we understood, there was the 3-on-3 meeting, the two principals and two of their top aides. There was expected to be a second, more expanded meeting with more aides. Unclear if that is
They were supposed to have lunch.
Do you read anything into that timing? What does it tell you? What's your gut feeling?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's tough to know. It could be that things were settled very quickly and therefore there was no need to expand the discussion. But if indeed it was just with President Trump, President Putin, and their secretaries of state and a close aide, and not any of the economic or financial or defense ministers involved, then I suppose one could read into that they did not have a good discussion, therefore they weren't going to go into anything more substantive.
Well, that is actually the reason why Trump prefers fast food.
The economic financial side, but I don't know, I think it's tricky.
Because he feels like the person making it wouldn't have known it was for him. It was just a normal order in a fast food restaurant.
Financial Times Moscow bureau chief who is much more connected on the Russian
I think he also
side
just has the palate of a child.
And he's reporting via his X post that the Kremlin says the short format meeting is over. They're supposed to do another, as we said, a more expanded meeting, but it's not clear if that's going to happen. Some names of folks on the Russian side that were expected to join that meeting, but they're now in the front row of the press room waiting for this press conference to begin. So possibly an indication that that second meeting is not going to happen and that this press conference is imminent.
I'm sure Anchorage has a McDonald's. Trump got him a Big Mac. What is Trump's order? Do we know? What's his favorite thing for McDonald's?
Organizations waiting for the principals to show up. As we wait, we're taking your phone calls. Again, phone lines for Republicans, Democrats, Independents, as we always do here on C-SPAN. And we are going to begin in Sacramento, California, Independent line. Brady, go ahead.
Hello. I'm hoping to hear from not just President Trump, but from Vladimir Putin.
2 Big Macs, 2 filet of fish, and a chocolate milkshake.
That will bring about peace in the region.
He's a Big Mac guy.
Because I grew up and my father fought in World War II when the aggressor was the Axis powers, which was Germany, Italy, and what was the third Axis power? Honey, do you remember?
You're thinking Japan?
Japan. Thank you.
We're just a day from
we are in the year 2025. We need both heads of state to say something about the specific agreements that they are making to move the world and the region forward towards peace. And I'm wondering when Zelensky from Ukraine will be welcomed into a press conference.
Okay.
Obviously, in the balance of power, the United States and Russia are, pretty much balanced, and Ukraine is doesn't have as much power.
Well, Brady, let me take your comments and let Jennifer Wistran jump in here, because President Trump has said if this goes well, he would be interested in a second meeting, and perhaps that one would involve Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. But
I loaded up the C-SPAN number, but I don't have anything to say on the topic.
Really well stated, and kind of bringing us back to this, and as the headline, there's this pursuing peace, that this is supposed to be about peace and reestablishing the international order and creating a modicum by which we can get Ukraine back to where it does feel secure and safe and it has control over its territory. So I think it's very compelling to have a call.
Whatever your birthday outfit includes, I would love to see pictures of you in your birthday outfit.
Led to this post-World War II international order where we said we're going to protect borders. We don't want to have anything like a World War II again. And that is something you've heard over the past, couple of years, where people keep saying, are we heading towards a World War III, or Europe certainly being concerned about this? So I agree with her comments and questions that, what are the specifics? Hopefully there are some specifics that are mentioned here, and this isn't, getting back to your earlier when you were saying the Wall Street Journal article, the best and worst cases. again, I think there's a lot of best and worst cases that come out of it, but I think specifics of some meaning are what a lot of people are looking for.
Brady mentions World War II in her comments. So does Wyatt White, writing to us via text from Anchorage, Alaska, saying, "It's wild to me that there is so much talk of ceding land to Russia. If we're in a post-World War II order, then there's no question."
What do you mean, do real fact-checking?
Ukraine can't be respected. As long as Ukraine wants to fight, we should be standing.
I think C-SPAN does an excellent job.
If that is the rule of law, then that's
not their job to fact-check
text message
callers. They just let callers say whatever.
In Anchorage, Alaska, where
they cut them off, they get out there.
Place. Let me go to Avi in Garden Grove, California, line for Democrats. Avi, go ahead as we wait for President Trump and President Putin.
Hi there. Yes, I just wanted to express my disappointment that Volodymyr Zelensky...
DJ Dub, welcome in.
Summit.
Good to see you, my friend.
Like the other caller said, I am...
Light one up, tip one back for DJ Dub.
...has to say in this conference. I know how unserious our president is. He's going to bring up stuff like Russia.
Wait, were you calling me piss drinker?
Biden was responsible for all this, and that he's preventing World War III, and that he should receive the Nobel Peace Prize today.
Hell yeah, my friend. You just get off work.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. That was my first time calling a C-SPAN.
You got here just in time. The press conference should begin any moment.
I feel like this caller's comments were good and a good, rejoinder to the earlier caller's comments. People are looking for something concrete out of this, and they're looking for something concrete with respect to peace. And again, everyone.
Tucker Carlson documentary that drinks his own piss. It has to be somebody that Dave has covered.
If you step back and think seriously about how can you have even the beginning.
Dave knows all the big piss drinkers.
About peace when one of the two parties to the conflict is not there, and when it's the party that didn't start the conflict, right? We forget that Russia was the aggressor here, right? They are the ones that invaded Ukraine, and now you're having a discussion about peace. And
apparently, Tucker attacked.
Would it surprise you?
Nick Fuentes and Glenn Greenwald is out here writing about Fuentes glowingly, and people are like, he's having a moment.
It's going to be likely.
That's concerning.
The basis for another discussion, and I think that's what President Trump had stated prior to this, is that he hoped that this would be kind of laying the groundwork for a follow-on discussion with President Zelensky, and some European leaders.
Hasn't that been some of the frustration, though, that President Trump has had with President Putin, that he feels like it's lip service but no action?
Correct, and yes, and I think that's why he also...
Oh shit, for some reason I thought you told me the 9 Inch Nails concert was the first week of September.
Sanctions against Russia.
Oh shit!
Hear what he wants to hear today, then Russia knows. It's been forewarned that by the end of the month they could see...
You are gonna have a blast! I've already seen the set list, I won't spoil it for you.
We don't know if that's gonna happen. We just have gotten word from those in the press pool that they believe that the
know that they play for like 2.5 hours.
It is in fact joint.
You get plenty of shit.
If they both come out for this one.
It would certainly be telling if it's only President Trump that comes out. If for some reason President Putin departs early, then I think we can read a lot into it. But it will be interesting, again, the optics of this, looking at the body language, looking at what does he lead with, right?
And it's been a day of...
I like how Curiouser was like, I don't want you to tell me anything specific, but give me an idea of
Putin getting into the beast,
what the playlist is like.
Presidential limousine and driving away with President Trump. A day about it.
It absolutely has, and that's why it'll be interesting, Does President Trump give the...
I was like, they do like a handful of songs from like one of the really big albums, and then like 2 or 3 songs from each EP.
Plays out.
Let's go to Williamsburg, Virginia.
Or each album, each big EP.
Go ahead.
It's a very...
the start of this press conference.
Hello, my name is Brandon Thomas Martin.
Has to be a Republican.
I have to say President Trump need to stop saying bad words.
Okay. Any thoughts on this summit, Brandon?
Because last time he's doing that, he need to stop raising the gas prices.
All right. Well, we'll stick to the summit. This is Carolyn in Utah, independent. Carolyn, thanks for waiting.
I'll get in front of the line.
and hear this dude.
Carolyn, you with us?
Turn your TV down, Carolyn.
Yes. Hi.
Go ahead.
I am shocked and disturbed that they rolled out red carpet for Putin, and I'm concerned about there not being people in the beast.
Chili, there wasn't really a schedule.
We don't even know, what Trump would give, and this is just shocking to me that they've rolled this out like it's really going to matter when they don't have the principal player in Vladimir Putin or
Carolyn,
Zelensky.
What do you expect to hear in the next couple minutes, and is that different from what you want to hear?
I expect that Trump will be giving him something more than just this meeting, and I don't want to hear that. I would like to see our president stand up to him because he's a war criminal, and what he's doing in Ukraine is...
He's on the independent line, so I'm going to try to call in.
The whole world is watching, and...
Oh, fuck.
He's just taking us...
C-SPAN ain't picking up.
The number you have dialed is not answering.
Well, I noticed.
Please try later. The number you have dialed...
I guess I should call again? I think I dialed the right number. My eyes are kind of bad. Maybe they already got enough calls in the queue. They think the press conference will start. Answer your damn phones. We love you, C-SPAN. I complimented Greta last time, and she just like blew it
The
off.
number you have dialed is not answering.
Maybe it's because I have my number blocked. Hold on. Let me go into the settings. Oh, I don't have my number blocked. We'll give it one more time. Sports cards, welcome in. They answered somebody's call. Greta can tell us a simp. Now it's busy.
Doing is sending weapons and arms. Just to remind viewers about the numbers at this point, we're just under $200 billion.
I have been on C-SPAN a surprising number of times.
First tranche, just less
3 or 4
within weeks of the invasion.
I think 4 now, maybe.
The invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022. By March of that year, the United States was already sending some 14.
It's always been like after the convention
later,
or after a debate. It's been at big times.
Of the months and years of this war as it's gone along, it was a big push towards the end of the Biden administration for arms and.
They let me plug the show one time. I said I was streaming. I just threw that out there. They were like, "Well, what's the name of your show?" The Troll Patrol Live.
We've seen Donald Trump change how he views supplying weapons and money to Ukraine.
Are you calling Smokey a piss drinker?
This change to selling weapons to European allies with the expectation that those weapons would go to Ukraine. Can you provide some context to that process that
a couple hours ago as well, looking at some of the ways that President Trump has been brokering peace deals around.
Oh, I know you guys are bean people.
With Azerbaijan and Armenia, and that part
deal?
part of getting that. Well, and this is an ongoing, 30-year conflict between those two countries.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Republics, but ultimately they're brought to the table in the Oval Office just 1 week ago, and again, there I think it's important that there wasn't actually, there is a peace deal that the two leaders, Azerbaijan and Armenia, have
a gray cat.
They haven't yet signed it, but what was significant about last week?
He is
the fact that
sleek and slender.
By bringing those two together, by saying that they will commit to this peace agreement, then the U.S.
But is fucking long.
Exclusive, supposedly.
Like he's very small when he's in a ball or when he's like in low position.
Ostensibly connect.
Very small, takes up very little space. But when he lays on his back and he stretches all the way out, long.
Peace agreements. I
He's
think we're
so long. He's longer than that long cat
with
meme.
Ukraine, right? That there's got to be what's the U.S. getting economically out of it? We're not just anymore giving something.
And we talked about this a little bit.
His name is Smokey.
The Russian side and Vladimir Putin indicating there could be also discussions on.
He was
the U.S. Right now, the U.S.
Like he and Socks, that's my oldest cat.
Some 52.
They were like stray cats, but they were neighborhood cats that were taken care of.
But we saw that beginning to be
like like the neighborhood fed them and shit, but they needed a good home.
Farther away.
So one of the neighbors put it up on Facebook,
and we have things like. And
I was like, I'll totally take those cats.
Negotiations.
And Socks was about 5, and Smokey was about 3, 2 or 3, something like
that. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's an excellent question.
And I've had them for about 10 years now.
What's the objective here? Were these other things, right, bilateral arms control agreements or other things, are they being brought in because both sides are trying to see what's going to be an effective mechanism to arrive at peace? Or
and I got one other one.
Those are really what people are more interested in. That President Putin is more interested
and he's mean.
In arms control and more interested in the sanctions being listed than he is actually in.
But I love him so much.
Or he knows that that's potentially what he could use.
Ow, Bobby.
So I think it's an excellent question. There almost seem to be too many things that are on the table here, and getting back to
Smokey got out of the car in the moment that he was in my apartment. He's like, oh, I'm home. But he would do that with anybody. Like, people watched him. And he's just, I'm here now. This is cool.
Stop abducting children.
He's just the most laid-back cat. I lost him for like 8 days one time.
And then if by
he got out the house, we had to use a live animal trap to get him back because he goes feral.
That would seem to be a positive externality, but yeah, the fact that it's been kind of muddled in there is kind of forefront in the discussions.
Back to the calls, and there are plenty. This is William, Miami, Florida, Independent. Thanks for waiting.
Oh, it's Independent again.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I'd like to, if I may, present a little bit of an overview. I begin it by saying I've had members of my family that are Democrat, Republican, Independent. I've had relatives that have been in the Marines, the Army, the Navy, myself, and Air Force ROTC. I have an uncle that used to serve or did serve in the First World War. I'm old enough to remember that. When I look at their service and I look at this administration that in their first 8 weeks, they have basically totally disgraced and alienated our allies. They've compromised our military. They've insulted our military leadership. They have given away our data, our security,
Preach it, dude.
our personal security. They have compromised so much in so many ways. In 8 weeks, the Soviet Union and the Russians could not have dreamed of accomplishing what was done, and they took 80 years, 8 decades, and we did that kind of destruction.
Yeah, either I've got the wrong number or they've got enough calls that they're not going to take anymore.
When you look at things like the trade agreement or the trade tariffs, all of a sudden, Russia...
It used to be, but at this point in time, the iPhone is better than a lot of...
And then you ask, well, why? Oh, because they're in this war situation.
Consumer-level cameras.
Then why isn't the Ukraine exempt from that also? No.
I mean, there are filmmakers out here using iPhones.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, why is Belarus exempted the same as Russia? We don't really have an answer for that. This is all set up. This goes back from way back when. We basically have a Soviet-Russian agent in the White House. And when they have these private meetings, these are...
Also, I never gave you a proper welcome.
They know...
Got a Naranja?
And that's exactly
did I get it correct?
And you
or
think
close enough?
You think these people going in...
You have a cute kitty in your avatar picture?
Got your point. That's William in Miami, Florida.
Got your point.
Went in with Donald Trump. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has now entered the room and is seated at the front near the two podiums where we're expecting President Trump and President Putin to
well, if I didn't get it right, give me a phonetical pronunciation.
That meeting has now ended, at least the 3-on-3 meeting.
Orange cat in Spanish, hell yeah.
Room clearly getting ready for the two to walk out.
I said it as correct as an Appalachian could say.
Pictures of the room. This is Matt.
Is that what you're getting at?
Go ahead.
Hello. Thanks for taking my call.
What are you expecting to hear in the next couple minutes here, Matt?
Oh, I have high hopes, low expectations. Obviously Trump is rarely a serious person. He's a strange individual and a strange leader for us. But I think it's a great thing for an American president to meet with a Russian leader. Of course, they can have a serious conversation about peace. This is essentially a conflict between two great powers. I believe that Ukraine is basically a proxy for the United States and NATO in this conflict. It's a tragic situation, particularly for the Ukrainians, and I hope that they can do something to end this situation. Like I said, I don't, have a lot of faith in Trump. Putin seems like an extremely serious politician, frightening personality at times, obviously, and
he's slick.
We'll see what happens.
That's Matt in Colorado. Anything from the last two callers that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, gracias.
I'm just the most recent caller. Is raising the point is
it totally sounded like a Karen at a Mexican restaurant. Gracias.
Yeah, proxy for the United States, and that this is, there have been people that made the discussion. This is more about, a war about the U.S. versus Russia, and that where it's just again kind of a redo of the Cold War, except in a hot war format. I don't know. I think again we have to look at the perspective from the Russian perspective, and we talked about this a little bit earlier. That for them it was the unraveling of the Soviet Union, or for Putin it was. And the
he'll
loss.
Say it was the expansion
exactly.
of NATO.
It was the loss, the collapse of the Soviet Union, the loss of their standing, this bipolarity that we had, the U.S. and the USSR. It was the loss of the standing for Russia. It was the expansion then. When the former satellites, that's what we used to call Central Eastern Europe, got folded into Europe, many of them joining NATO, and that expansion. And so I think from at least President Putin's perspective, that's much more has been the threat to him. And again, with the war, I think going into Georgia was a test. Would the U.S. and the West push back? And then the annexation of Crimea in 2014, would people push back? And then, with this was kind of the first time he saw pushback, right, of a meaningful measure. So that's why it's very interesting. The land will come back and be a very, as again the callers have all raised, that's going to be very significant. If the West says it's okay to cede part of Ukraine's territory, then that's really a rupture from what we agreed upon post-1945.
So staying sort of into this history discussion for a second, this is Chip in Florida, please ask your guest to discuss the earlier history of this conflict. We've done that. The
Chip,
breakup of
Ducky, welcome in.
Warsaw Pact, the reunion.
The real clown show is getting ready to start.
Countries democratizing. Also, and this is maybe where you can jump in, Russia's concern about the West deploying strategic missiles near their border. We've already had this discussion about nuclear weapons, but what would you say to Chip?
Yeah, well, I mean, and
we are moments away from the Trump-Putin press conference.
It could be very easy to look at this, and I think for people who aren't looking historically to say, oh, this all dates to, you know, February of 2022. Well, no, again, this is a much longer history that we're talking about. It really, you do have to look at, you know, the Soviet Union, which is in existence 1917 to 1991, which was composed of what became 15 independent countries, those 15 Soviet republics at the time. You had the Cold War, this nuclear buildup between the U.S.
Nuclear.
The USSR. You
it's
had
pronounced
all of their
nuclear.
Kind of influence that we could look at in Africa and elsewhere, right? So it was this whole collapse in 1991 of the system, but the one who ended up kind of coming out on top in this was the U.S., right? We essentially won the Cold War and USSR and coming out of that, Russia in particular, being humiliated, I would say, in the 1990s by the position they had on the world stage.
Hexis,
President Putin never forgetting that, and very much having this conquest then of wanting to reconstitute.
Was that Navarro or whatever his fucking name is?
That Russia.
No, that wasn't Navarro. That was
getting back to again why just being invited to a summit like this is part of that reclaiming. For him, for
the dude with the skullet.
On the international stage, that they can be respected.
I wanted to talk about somebody with a skullet.
Would be.
Should note that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, Howard Lutnick, Caroline Leavitt is in the room as well now. So it seems like all the major principals, Marco Rubio, State now sitting down as well. So this looks to be very imminent. And we will go to it as soon as Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin.
Any moment now, it appears.
Karen, Missouri, Democrat. Good morning.
Good morning.
There's a lot of things that you can go into and read into the Russia, Trump, Israel, and I believe all of it's tied in. The amount of money that the Trump Corporation and the things that are being gained, you know, let's go in and take Gaza, him and Trump. Now we're over in Russia. You know, him and Putin's going to go take Ukraine. There's a little bit more pushback there. But
Karen,
all of these things are direct.
When you say we're in Russia, what do you mean?
Pardon?
You said now we're in Russia.
Up their ass.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, now we're talking to Putin. All this time, and then all of a sudden, after the Israel and Netanyahu has done his due in Gaza, and that's all taken place the way they wanted, it's happening on the other side. And I believe we're going to see similar of the resolution that Trump and Netanyahu have for Gaza.
That's Karen in Missouri. This is Kay in Ohio. And we will actually go take you live
here we go.
Press conference.
Light one up, tip one back.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We have very thorough negotiations that were quite useful. I would like to thank once again my American counterpart for the proposal to travel out here to Alaska. It only makes sense that we've met here, because our countries, though separated by the oceans, are close neighbors. So when we've met, when I came out of the plane and I've said, "Good afternoon, dear neighbor. Very good to see you. In good health and to see you alive." I think that is very neighborly. And I think that's some kind words that we can say to each other. We're separated by the Strait of Bering, though there are 2 islands only between
Trump looking very smug.
and the U.S. island. They're only 4 kilometers apart. We're close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here in Alaska that was the origin of the legendary air bridge for the supply of military aircraft and other equipment under the Lend-Lease program. It was a dangerous and treacherous route over the vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are 2 flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots that buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie and allyship.
Oh no, Putin speaks perfect English. You'll just never hear it.
That this heritage will help us rebuild and foster.
He speaks like 20-something languages.
At this new stage, even during the hardest conditions, it is known that there have been no summits between Russia.
Yep, this is a total power move. Oh no, he speaks perfect English.
This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they've fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we have to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, this work has been done in general.
Putin speaks English.
President Trump had very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And special envoy of the president, Mr. Woodruff, traveled out to Russia several times.
Putin is fluent in English, has a strong grasp of the language, rarely speaks it in public.
And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation
as a power move. It's a big dick thing.
Administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand his history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us, a terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict, and we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings or to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress.
Кстати, с приходом новой администрации США двусторонний товарооборот начал у нас повышаться. Все это носит пока такой символический характер, но все-таки плюс 20%. Я говорю о том, что у нас много интересных работ. Очевидно, что российско-американское деловое и инвестиционное партнерство имеет огромный потенциал. России и США есть что предложить друг другу в торговле, энергетике, цифровой сфере, высоких технологиях и освоении космоса. Актуальным видится взаимодействие в Арктике, возобновление межрегиональных контактов, в том числе между нашим Дальним Востоком и американским западным побережьем. В общем, нашим странам важно и нужно перелистнуть страницу и вернуться к сотрудничеству. Символично, что неподалеку на границе России и США, как я уже говорил, проходит так называемая линия перемены дат, где можно буквально перешагнуть из вчера в завтра. Надеюсь, что у нас так и получится. Политической
Drake, welcome in.
Поблагодарить господина Трампа за совместную работу, за доброжелательный и доверительный тон беседы. Главное, что с обеих сторон был настроен на результат. Мы видим, что президент США имеет четкое представление о том, чего хочет добиться, искренне заботится о процветании своей страны и в то же время проявляет понимание наличию в России своих национальных интересов. Рассчитывает, что сегодняшние договоренности станут опорной точкой не только для решения украинской проблемы, положит начало восстановлению деловых прагматичных отношений между Россией и США. Ну и в завершение хотел бы вот что добавить. Я помню, что в 2022 году во время последних контактов с прежней администрацией я тогда пытался убедить своего прежнего американского коллегу в том, что не нужно доводить до ситуации, после наступления, которые могут наступить тяжелые последствия в виде боевых действий. И прямо сказал тогда, что это большая ошибка. И вот сегодня мы слышим, когда президент Трамп говорит, что если бы я был президентом, то войны бы не было. Я думаю, что так бы на самом деле случилось. Я подтверждаю это, потому что в целом у нас с Трампом наладился очень хороший деловой и доверительный контакт. И у меня есть все основания полагать, что двигаясь по этому пути, мы можем дойти и до, чем быстрее, тем лучше, до завершения конфликта на Украине. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Said everything Trump would want to hear.
That was
insane. That's why Trump was glowing.
I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Ratcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, you know, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably
this again
things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, who's...
Putin said there was an agreement
all the time in the news.
But we have not gotten what details of this agreement.
But especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
With his timid little English, acting like he barely speaks it. They're not going to take questions. Amazing. Wow. That's it indeed. This was the biggest nothing ever. Trump's going to make some phone calls.
Down, please, sir, down.
Trump and Putin were smiling. Putin looked like he was on top of the world from the time he got off the plane. That's why Putin doesn't go other places, because he's got an international arrest warrant. It does not matter with Trump.
Down.
The reporting was that Trump will be going to Russia after this, not to Moscow, but over to the Russian side.
Reaction,
which is only like fucking 30 miles from the edge of
from Vladimir Putin first,
Alaska.
Trump second. No
like our furthest out island.
Gathered press pool there in Anchorage, Alaska, and it's
can they keep him?
That the two men are on their way. And likely to head to their planes and head home. We'll continue to follow developments and take your phone calls. Again, here's how you can join the conversation and let us know what you thought of this meeting. We've got phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, and independents. We'll put those numbers up on the screen for you to call in. We'll also look for your text messages as well. So go ahead and join us via your favorite medium, and we continue to be, as we have all afternoon long, with Jennifer Wistrand, a Russia and Ukraine expert, has analyzed this for years, teaches on the subject at Georgetown University. What's your take, just immediate, from that and the fact that they took no questions from the press?
It's interesting. I mean, it was a very, very short discussion. It's interesting, President Putin spoke first, and I mean, the points I took down, emphasizing neighborliness, right? Wanting to talk about.
And we'll get to that in just a second. We'll make sure that our viewers can hear Jennifer Wistrand. We'll fix your mic in just a second, and we'll take calls from viewers. Here's some of the top line notes from the statement that Donald Trump made, saying there's no deal until there's a deal. Promised to call up the European Union leaders and President Zelensky to inform them about their conversation. Called an extremely productive meeting, though.
He said he was going to call NATO and Zelensky.
About what happened, what made it productive, saying we're going to stop the killing of many thousands of people a week in the war in Ukraine. So those are some of the top line statements from Donald Trump, and we want to hear your thoughts. You watched it alongside us. We've got phone lines for Democrats, Republicans, and independents for you to call in. And we will begin with Marion in Seaside, California. Democrat, Marion, what'd you think?
Well, it was kind of interesting, but it was not fulfilling for me because I feel Trump.
He did not get off.
He just didn't. He didn't serve the United States. He should have put more out on, California and the United States. He should have said, I am going to protect the United States. I am going to do whatever, But yet, all he did was just pooty up to Putin again.
That's Marion in California. Jennifer Wistria, now that we can hear you, what was your reaction to that meeting?
Very interesting. First, as you underscore the
we still can't hear her.
Length of it, right? I think we were expecting a lengthy discussion between the two leaders, a bit of back and forth, and then questions from the audience members. We saw a large number of people assembled for the discussion. But, the fact
very surprised that they didn't take questions.
President Putin spoke first. He talked about neighborliness, really underscoring the fact that the U.S. and Russia are not only physically neighbors, but in the past were actual, meaningful neighbors. He talked about building new ties, talked about U.S.-Russia cooperation. Mention of Ukraine seemed secondary here, right? A couple times he would throw in the fact that, well, and yes, we need to get to some kind of settlement with respect to the conflict over Ukraine. A lot of praise for Trump. And then when President Trump comes up, similarly, praise for President Putin, and then mentioned, he was going to call NATO, he's going to call President Zelensky, he's talking about making some phone calls, that there were many points that were met, a few that they still need to meet, but nothing, not mentioning to the public anyway in this press conference anything concrete. And then
I'm glad to hang out with you guys for a little while. That's about all this was good for.
President Trump says we're going to meet again, and President Putin says yes, next time maybe in Moscow.
Moscow.
Yeah, so that was an interesting. I think a lot of people weren't expecting to hear that, but
12 minutes flat was that meeting.
Very short, right?
I think there was a lot of expectation that they might take some questions from the press.
Exactly, and there's probably reasons for which they're not doing that, right? They don't want to, because they know the questions are going to be asking for very concrete details. So when President Trump made the comments, we agreed on many things, but some we didn't. Obviously, a follow-on question from the press would be, what did you agree on and what did you not agree on?
When he says that we're going to stop the killing of many thousands of people a week, does that mean a ceasefire was agreed to or not?
Right. I know, if it gets that question, right? Did they agree to a ceasefire or not? But again, neither of them was willing to make anything. It was very kind of, again, your 30,000 level. Again, Putin emphasizing neighborliness, ties. It seems that the discussion was, one could intuit that the discussion was more about how are we going to reconnect, economically and whatnot between Russia and the U.S. than other things, than again, focusing on Ukraine. But again, it's difficult to extrapolate because so little was communicated.
Do we think we understand now why there wasn't that larger meeting that took place after the 3-on-3, which is what we're expecting? Does that mean that there was more detailed discussions that were supposed to happen in that meeting that may not have happened since they didn't share any of those details?
Yeah, I mean, that could be a takeaway from it, is that the fact that, and I think when the images were being shown earlier, you had the finance minister, the defense minister, the special economic envoy, they were not a party to this 3-on-3 meeting. So the fact that they were not, and as you said, it looks like this is the end, right? That there isn't going to be, a follow-on, a larger 6-on-6 or 8-on-8 meetings.
Reporter Jonathan Morton says the White House is either confident that they can get Putin to a deal more easily without more public litigation,
perhaps they just jumped to that larger,
or they realize Putin is not even ready for a ceasefire.
The Ukrainian situation was really secondary.
This is Tim's take in Houston, Texas. It's kind of a waste of time. No details given, just vague posturing at a potential deal. Seems like they want people to believe they made more progress than they really did. I hope to hear a mention of a ceasefire, but as they didn't even mention it, I am very disappointed. That's how Tim wraps up his feelings right now. We're asking you to call in, let us know. This is Lupe out of California. Good morning. Go ahead. Or good afternoon, I should say, and good evening if you're on the West Coast. It's still afternoon in California.
12 minutes, huh?
Yeah.
But anyway, no, to me, it was kind of like he was coming on stage, both of them, and they were prompt, and they really didn't know what they were saying. But what I thought was really crazy was it was like when he came out in the White House with Putin, and to me, he prostituted out the White House. When he hugged that flag one time, on Trump's side, he smeared our flag. and now they have a red carpet out here for both of them. So as far as I'm concerned, they talked about nothing. They wasted my time waiting for this, and they said nothing. They're a pair of earrings. In Spanish, they say un par de aretitos. They listen to each other's comments, praises, and everything.
Leading report is saying an agreement was
About
reached.
this whole meeting, they left God out of the equation.
As I
So
said,
this meeting
Putin
went
said something about an agreement, but we have no details whatsoever.
In California, what are your thoughts about Vladimir Putin speaking first at a summit hosted in the United States by President Trump, who arrived first and was there to greet, but Vladimir Putin gets the first word during the press conference? Isn't that unusual?
It would seem unusual, and again, if we step back and just look at the interactions between the two,
Putin made Trump wait for like 30 minutes.
Between President Zelensky, President Trump, Vice President Vance in the White House.
Which is also a tactic of his.
From conciliatory to very aggressive on the part of all parties there, and you certainly didn't see any of that in this. So we know that President Trump is not afraid to allow himself to either be conciliatory or less conciliatory, and so in this case he was very kind of acquiescent to President Putin, allowing him to speak first, allowing him to get all of his points out, not interrupting him in any way. So I think that is telling, suggestive that at least the U.S. side got something out of it that it was looking for. Otherwise, it seems that it would have been a much more contentious discussion, or that it would not have they wouldn't have even had a 12-minute discussion. They would have just aborted that altogether.
12 minutes flat. That's what it was. No questions taken from the press. This is Eugenie in the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, Republican. Good evening.
Good evening. I just would like to say that I was rather happy with the meeting. I know that they didn't have any questions. And also just for the sheer fact of the fact that he let Putin speak, it's being neighborly. He is a guest in our country, basically.
What were you happy about, Eugenie?
Because this is, this is the path of negotiations. You just can't sit there and just, you have to negotiate with everything. And Donald Trump our president is a good negotiator, no matter what anybody says. And I think there's a lot of stuff that probably went on behind closed doors that, they didn't want to bring any attention to yet until, things are finally said and done. I agree with the fact that, no, they didn't want to take any questions, because then they would have been grilled on something that they're not ready to answer yet.
I tell you who I think is probably getting a lot of questions right now is the White House press secretary and press aides. All the press that was gathered there probably looking for any more details than what was shared. So we'll see.
It is almost 4:20 on the West Coast.
Reported here as we continue to take your calls and simply get your reaction to that 12 minutes. It was about 2
If you'd like to join me for 420, prepared on asses, less than 2 minutes.
Conference. This is Ricardo in Florida, Independent. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Ricardo. While the Trump-Putin summit addresses global issues, I think we should also focus on the crisis at home, nursing shortages. We're struggling with understaffing.
And Ricardo, certainly an important issue, but I've got a lot of people waiting to talk about this summit. Do you have any comments on that?
1 minute until 420.
Then we go to Christine.
Ricardo, want to talk about nursing.
New Mexico, Republican. Go ahead.
Hi, how are you doing this evening?
Doing well. What were your thoughts on that press conference?
I was really surprised that President Putin spoke first and really for so long. And I was kind of surprised to hear him talk a lot about
30 seconds until 420 on the West Coast.
I was really shocked that they didn't say anything about their conversation, but I was encouraged to hear that many, many lives will be saved. So that was my main take.
Idiot.
That's Christine in New Mexico.
Christine's fucking stupid.
California Democrat. Go ahead.
Light one up, tip one back. Silent, welcome in. I love living in a legal state. I was doing the Trump double dick dance. Oh shit. Get all fucked up there. Legal drugs are awesome. Watching Putin and Trump shake hands over here. Hope you enjoyed 420 on the West Coast. Cut the song off early.
The heads of the European countries, Volodymyr Zelensky certainly has been not shy about tweeting out what his thoughts about this meeting today. So we're probably going to learn more details pretty soon here, correct?
I would assume so. I would assume there needs to be something further that's disseminated. Yeah, I mean, Trump was very clear. Some of the very concrete comments he did make, where he said he was going to call NATO, he said he was going to call Zelensky. That will be consistent with what he mentioned in the lead up to the summit, was that he anticipated this would be a preliminary discussion that would lead to a follow-on discussion with himself, President Putin, President Zelensky, and he said, and possibly some European leaders. So hopefully that is what indeed was being intimated by mentioning those phone calls, that there's going to be a follow-on meeting. Again, one of the callers mentioned, he stated too, that a lot of lives are going to be saved. So hopefully that's suggesting that a ceasefire is going to be imminent. But beyond that, again, it was, as again, a couple of the callers have pointed out, very abstract language.
And the second meeting, there was that moment at the end where...
Yeah, the speculation is this could be just a stalling tactic.
In Moscow and President
on these
Trump,
secondary sanctions.
Calling that idea interesting. The quote he said was, I would get a little...
Oh, John, there's plenty of stories.
And it's Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander quoting that on her social media page, saying, you think? Maggie Goodlander, a Democrat from the state of New Hampshire, the 2nd Congressional District of New Hampshire. This is Tom out of Pennsylvania, a Republican. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for having me. Based on the 2024 election, I think I obviously speak for the majority of Americans that I can say thank goodness that we have President Trump here. Unfortunately, that we don't speak for the majority of C-SPAN callers or personnel, apparently.
Because you're an idiot.
The vitriol that we've heard in the last several callers. But, during the Biden era, all we were talking about was how many billions we were going to send to Ukraine to continue this war. We never talked about peace. And finally, we have someone who wants to talk about peace and bringing an end to this. And I would say,
does he?
For this, it's really unfortunate that we have so many callers that are really rooting against peace and rooting against our president and our country in the other callers that have been on this show. It's really unfortunate. But I say, thank goodness Donald Trump for his attitude toward peace for the world. They're my comments.
That's Tom in Pennsylvania.
That's Trump. Peace on earth, goodwill towards men.
Bronx Independent. Johnny, what was your reaction?
Well, I've been studying the Russians since the Cold War.
World.
My father knew Russians, my mother knew Russians, and I know so much about Russia.
My best friend was Russian.
I don't speak Russian. But this whole thing had nothing to do with Russia, like what they view the world as. Like Vladimir Putin would say that we're saving Ukraine from becoming a vassal state of NATO or a vassal state of the United States. And then he invite this man here and they said we should arrest him. I think that's extremely rude. I don't think a Russian would do that to an American. And the thing is, I'll tell you this, though, as much as, like, I would never go to Russia, I would never be in the Russian...
Moscow looks beautiful.
I'll tell you this, though, if you're on their side, they really support you 100%. Like, I always find the United States, somehow, what you do for the United States, they always seem to flip on you one way or another. But if you're a Russian and then you're really down with Russia, they really do support you. And
down with Russia.
Almost nobody here supports the Russians at all. But, you know, there's probably in the United States, there's like over 30 million people who are total Russian groupies. And I don't think most people really even know that.
That's Johnny in the Bronx. Any context, history you want to add on Russia and Russia's allies?
Well, Russia, I would say why it would have been helpful to have other parties, like European parties, as a part of the discussion as well, as I think they would have a very different perspective on Russia, and they would ask different questions in a meeting. They'd contribute different contexts than just a bilateral meeting between the U.S. and Russia, even though as is true, right? If you go on the Pacific side, you've got Alaska, and then you've got Russia, and you've got the Bering Strait. But in terms of historically, where Russia's direct relations have been much more with its proximate neighbors, those who it has like actual physical land borders with. So I think the U.S. is in a different situation vis-a-vis Russia than some of its near neighbors, are those that have dealt with first the Russian Empire and then the Soviet Union and now post-Soviet Russia.
I mean, we saw North Korean troops fighting in
absolutely
battlefronts in this war.
Right, absolutely. And there's a reason why, Russia and China have to engage with one another, right? They've got a shared, proximity to one another. So there is a difference. The U.S., we're removed from that a bit. I will say with all these three previous callers, which had very different perspectives, one thing that I think is underscored in all of them is everyone's still, I think, in some ways looking at where's peace, but people see a different way of how we should be getting about peace, right? Some say that part of these discussions should be discussion of Ukraine should be first and foremost, but then you saw with some of the other callers saying, well, but they're getting at peace by doing it in these other ways, right? So I think that is very interesting to see that in the U.S., as we have
it seems like the concession with all the reporters is that, like, this is an abject failure for Trump.
Versus I think you would see a more uniformity again in the European context because
I was trying to get more details, but like there are apparently no details to be had.
Deal. That may be the quote of the press conference. We'll see what plays in the newspapers around the country tomorrow. There's members of Congress continuing to put out their statements in the wake of that, again, 12-minute
Putin mentioned an agreement.
No questions taken from the press.
Trump said he would call Zelensky and members of NATO.
The United States and Russia is a step in the right direction. The fact remains
Katie Britt is fucking stupid.
Is the leader of that the world needs.
It took all day. I've been on stream 4.5 hours
to end this conference. The president calling it an.
I came on right as Putin was landing.
Further details, and the word ceasefire was not used in that meeting, although President Trump promising that we're going to stop the killing of many thousands of people is what he said. This is Antonius.
I appreciate you, Meat Cakes.
Democrat. Go ahead.
We're going to watch Best of Dusty Roads tomorrow afternoon.
Press conference and the whole meet. Man, it wasn't nothing but a smoke.
It'll be a fun time on Classic Wrestling.
The backdrop shouldn't be saying pursuing peace. It should have said pursuing projects, because that's all it seemed like it was. You have a closed-door meeting with another powerful man.
This dude sounds like Dusty Rhodes.
The leader of Russia. And that's all you come out and say? I mean, Ukraine should have been the very first thing.
Oh, have fun at the barbecue.
You lied to the American public, about a week ago, when you said the first thing you would do after press conference would call Zelensky out of respect. Now you get up on the podium.
Barbecue way better than hanging out with me watching wrestling.
I mean, dog, but... That whole press conference was number of smoke screen. I mean, it seemed like they talked business first. You should have known that when he said 100 Russian businessmen came with him. I mean, what you got the businessmen coming with you for? You supposed to be promoting peace, not business or projects. But it's all the same. Like it's all the same. Like it's a money thing with these two jokers. Trump all about money anyway with his crooked self, and Putin him. That was his name should be Putin, not Putin. But yeah, it was just a smoke screen. It was just a slap to the world face, in my opinion. I could be wrong. Hope I'm wrong.
That's Antonius. This is Kyle. Millville, New Jersey, Republican. What'd you think of the press conference?
Hi, yes, thanks for having me. Just a comment, I find it very sad that many Republicans are so willing to walk the line and not engage in any critical...
One that said so many Republicans are so fucking stupid.
As the truth. The first point I really wanted to speak on was the fact that that Trump not only allowed this individual on American territory despite the sanctions, but shook his hand. And this is following the countless war crimes that this war criminal has committed. I find it disgusting and purely, let's use the word deplorable.
Kyle, are you saying this as a Republican who voted for Donald Trump or no in 2024?
No.
Did you vote for him either of the two other times?
Absolutely not.
So you've never supported Donald Trump?
Absolutely not. He's not a Republican. He's a fascist.
Well, no. Well, Republicans are fascists.
Just like Putin. And there's all the ties to his hotels where the mafia was known to launder money out of. I think there was 11 instances just alone in Trump Tower. My party, the Republican Party, doesn't exist anymore, but when it did, we would not take this and allow...
I agree. The Republican Party got taken over.
...to take over the federal government like this and, not to get sidetracked, undo everything that's been done post-1940.
It was like a 40-year takeover.
Stick to what's been done here in just the past couple of hours and that press conference, and a lot of folks waiting. This is Dana in New York City. Go ahead.
Congratulations with all my heart to President Trump for the beautiful effort that he made for our country. Putin seems to have enthusiasm. He was happy. He spoke beautifully. The people deserve peace on both sides, and not to be the conduct for bribes for Democrat politicians. Biden and its band got our money from our taxes with billions through Zelensky, and all those money come from our taxes. It's impossible. For the first time, you see in Monaco, in London, Ukrainian oligarchs with money from our taxes buying 300 million apartments, 400 million apartments, and going with the most luxurious cars that were not before there, from money from American taxes. He was wonderful, and you don't know that he stopped without getting praise. He stopped the Congo war. He brought hostages back for Israel. He is making, with all his heart, so much efforts, and we should congratulate him.
Got your point. That's
did she say that
a very different take from
Trump stopped the Cold War?
Swalwell of California. This is what he sent out just about 5 minutes ago. Trump toasted Putin like he was giving him a Lifetime Achievement Award. What a Kremlin kiss-ass our president is. Congressman Eric Swalwell, Democrat of California, his take from just a few minutes ago.
That's something Pack, isn't it? Yiminy Pack? Yiminy Park, something like that.
From both the calls and from the tweets that you've been putting up, just the variety of perspectives.
From the same 12 minutes.
Yeah, and it really is. It's hard to comprehend. You know, we had a 12-minute discussion, and we have vastly different perspectives coming out of it, whether it's an elected representative, whether it's the civilian population. Again, that's why I will be very curious to see on the European side what their reaction is. My assumption is that there will be a more uniform perspective on it because of their more proximate relationship with Russia and their history with Russian Empire, Soviet Union, but I don't know. We won't know until we hear. But yeah, certainly we're getting people from all the way right across the spectrum, from those who think this was whether it's not what they expected, but it's what they're happy to have seen, the outcome, versus those who are, you know, the word's deplorable. They're, you know,
I honestly don't know what I expected.
The whole spectrum in terms of reactions on the American side.
This is Chris, Wichita, Kansas, Democrat line. Go ahead.
Hi there. Thanks for having me. Hey, I think the whole thing was a dog and pony show. I don't think they met for any reason. Zelensky said he was not going to end the war without keeping all of his land, and Putin said he's not going to end the war unless he gets some land. So I think it was all a dog and pony show.
Not some land.
The only thing we're going to get from this whole thing is when Putin said that I attempted to work with Biden and he said no. And that's all.
Yeah, Minty, that's
say for the next month.
She made me fall out of my chair one time
in Kansas
when she said athletes not standing for the pledge made her think of North Korea.
Alaska. This one in Fairbanks, saying the complaint that Trump just gave Putin the red carpet.
Apparently, Trump
that statement, but clearly
said he would be leaving Alaska, going back to the U.S., not knowing that Alaska is part of the U.S.
Some of our jets. That's a significant signal, John says, to Putin. If you continue, there can be war or we can have peace, and America is much stronger than Russia. This was not a welcoming diplomatic meeting. This was a serious meeting, John says, with President Trump.
A serious meeting with serious people.
Ukrainian lives and also
they're being super serial.
Ukrainian security. We've watched this throughout the day. What do you think will be the lasting image of what we saw over the course of these last 6 or 7 hours?
I don't know. Again, it's incredibly interesting to see what people's reactions and what their takeaways are. We've certainly had a number of callers or the people who have texted in focusing on the red carpet, right? And I think that's because people think in their mind red carpet means a certain show of respect, and therefore if you see a red carpet in this context, it must be a show of respect. So a lot of people have focused on that. A lot of people have also focused on the military equipment, and we talked about that earlier. There could be a lot of different interpretations for that. That could be, again, is Trump trying to make President Putin at ease because he knows in a Russian context that's what they would do. That would be the way they would show. Or is it, as this viewer's comments just talking about, is it trying to send a signal? Do you realize and do you remember that we're actually a very strong military presence in the world? Or is it, it's difficult to know, or it's the fact that you're on a military base, right? I mean, you don't know, so there could be again, just underscoring, it's fascinating actually to see the number of different interpretations there are on this, whether it's the visuals, whether it's the body language, whether it's the setup, right?
Pursuing peace.
The length of this 12-minute discussion and what people picked up on that was discussed.
Let's try to get just a couple more calls in here, though you talk about the different perspectives.
Outlandish propaganda.
The Huffington Post and Breitbart earlier. The Huffington Post, their headline, simply, presser pointless.
Yeah.
Plays Don like a fiddle, keeping that sub-headline up. And then we go to Breitbart and their headline, Trump claims great progress with Putin, reached an understanding, no details, no end of war, but good vibes and no questions.
Good vibes.
The interpretation, again, from the political media on the left and the right, we watch this pretty much on every major story. Let me try to get just a couple more callers before we wrap up here, and we appreciate all of those who've joined us throughout these past 6 or 7 hours. This is Edward out of New York City. Republican line, go ahead.
Great, thank you for having me. The horses are out of the gate. They've just started this, and they're not going to divulge anything they talked about or just try to dump on. Putin conducted a history lesson. He has a long memory, long memory, as do the Russian people.
He's got a long dick.
And he reminded us how Roosevelt, dying, went with Churchill to see Stalin and said, we can't end this war here in Europe. We need your help. And Stalin said, Stalin wheeled 1 million men and women off the Eastern Front, and he went into Germany. They went into Germany on their own. They lost at least 250,000 troops taking Eastern Germany and Berlin. And he said to the U.S., hold at the Elbe River, we'll finish this job, which he did. And Hitler, on the other hand,
and Edward, I'm running short on time here, so if you could bring me up to 2025.
Yeah, seriously.
2025. Trump finished this. Trump brought him to the peace table, and he finished this saying, we're going to save lives here. 5,000 lives a month. He reminded him we're in the present moment. And so this is where we are, the history lesson and the realist, okay? And this is really important for people to understand.
He's a realist.
The thing I'll say on this is that Hitler killed 1.6 million Jews in the Ukraine.
Okay, I was about to say.
1.8 million Jews. And the long memory goes to the Jewish supporters of Russia that were in the eastern provinces. And that's the memory that the Russians have and that Putin has. And he wants us to know that. And I'm a Republican in Jerry Nadler's district, and I can tell you this is not a political speech on any part on my part, but just remind people, pay attention to history, but be reminded of the present, which our president just did. Thank you for letting me be here.
No idea what you're trying to say.
Kimber, Cole Camp, Missouri line for Democrats. Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, I want to start by saying that Putin is not a president. That infers that he might be running a democracy, which he is not. He's nothing more than a dictator. And
I think you can have a president that's not elected.
Nothing more than a terrorist committing horrible war crimes. And I don't blame the Russian people. They didn't want the war. This is Putin's personal war. And for the sole purpose of stealing land and resources that he has no rights to.
I thought he might have been trying to say that, Avalon, but I couldn't tell.
Serving egotist. And Trump not only admires Putin, I believe he would like to be Putin. And I see where he's trying to run the White House, like a regime, like a dictator. We don't negotiate with terrorists, and we shouldn't be negotiating
with Trump,
with Putin.
Oh,
Kimber in Missouri.
Same difference.
Line to show you. This is from the New York Post. This is likely what's going to be on the front page of the New York Post. They're saying the start of the deal, question mark.
The start of the deal. Oh, my God.
President Trump's book.
Stupid fucks.
Final minute or two here, Jennifer Wistrand. Final thoughts on today, expectations versus where we are right now?
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the last, as you pointed out, 6-7 hours. I think
it's been wild.
Not knowing what the clear outcome would be, and I think we're, as the caller's comments underscored, everyone's different interpretations. We don't have a clear outcome, right? If there had been something concrete that came out of it, now it's possible.
Concrete.
And that we just, the public, does not know what it is yet, right? Maybe they just didn't want to unveil right now. Because President Trump wants
the short of the deal.
Zelensky.
Media wins the internet for the day.
I think it was,
I'm sorry, I'm probably not going to do music requests tonight.
Right now, knowing what was the outcome.
Just throw that out there.
Find out
I don't get the chance to raid Globus that often, so let's go raid Globus.
On the Washington Journal, we'll of course be talking about the summit and taking more of your phone calls over the course of the 3 hours. Hope you join us.
I might pop on and play some video games or something. Probably gonna watch Superman tonight. Maybe Sinners as well. Have a movie night. So go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before we hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. I may do wrestling tomorrow. I may not. I may just be back for the Troll Patrol on Sunday night. We'll find out.